what if the first kings of earth never claimed to invent their throne, but only to inherit it? Beneath the ruins of southern Mesopotamia, where irrigation channels once carved order into chaos, clay tablets still preserve a memory older than empire. Each wedge pressed into wet earth 4 millennia ago carried the weight of inheritance, records not of triumph but of succession, of stepping into a world already measured, already governed, already complete. So before the silence deepens, take a moment to like this video and subscribe. Only if you're drawn to histories that question what we think we know about beginnings. And if you're still listening, leave a comment telling me where you are and what time it is. I'd like to imagine this quiet stretching across the world as the past whispers through the present. The story begins not with invention, but with excavation. In 1849, British diplomat Austen Henry Layard uncovered fragments of cuneiform tablets near the ancient city of Nineveh, among the debris of collapsed libraries. He found something that should not have existed: a chronicle listing kings who ruled before the Great Flood, their reigns stretching tens of thousands of years. The document was clinical, bureaucratic even, written in the same accounting style used for grain stores and temple inventories. It was called the Sumerian King List, and it opened with words that still unsettle the timeline we've constructed for ourselves. After kingship descended from heaven, kingship was in Eridu, not invented, not seized, not earned, descended. The tablet did not describe humans claiming power for the first time. It described them receiving an office that already existed, passed down from rulers whose names appeared alongside impossible reign lengths: 43,200 years for one king, 36,000 for another. Scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain those numbers away as metaphor, as symbolic inflation, as scribal error. But the scribes did not treat them as metaphor. They recorded these reigns in the same tone they used to measure barley and count cattle. No mythological embellishment, no divine poetry, just names, cities, and durations listed as though copying from an archive they believed to be factual. And then the flood arrived. The list marks it clearly, a dividing line between one age and another. After the waters receded, kingship returned, but the numbers changed. Post-flood rulers lived mortal lifespans, 23 years, 36 years, normal human ranges. The tone shifted from cosmic administration to human governance. Something had ended. Something had been lost. When archaeologists excavated the cities mentioned in the king list, Eridu, Ur, Shuruppak, they found physical evidence of catastrophic flooding around 2900 BC, layers of clean silt interrupting settlement debris, rebuilding efforts atop older foundations. The flood was not mythological convenience. It was stratigraphic fact. But here is where the silence begins to hum with implication. The cities rebuilt after the flood were not primitive restarts. They carried forward advanced irrigation systems, astronomical alignments, mathematical frameworks based on base 60 counting, the same system that still governs our measurement of time. Writing appeared not as crude pictographs struggling toward language, but as a fully formed script capable of recording law, medicine, and planetary movements. In one temple archive at Nippur, excavators found administrative texts describing the rebuilding of sacred structures. Among the dedicatory inscriptions, a phrase appeared that changes everything. This is the restoration of what was before. restoration. Not foundation, not innovation, restoration. The word implies memory. It implies models. It implies that what we call the birth of civilization might have been, to those who built it, an act of reconstruction. Hold that thought for a moment. The Sumerian king list was not a single tablet discovered in isolation. It exists in multiple copies, each found in different cities across southern Mesopotamia. The most complete version sits in the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford, a clay prism called WB444, the Weld-Blundell prism, inscribed during the Old Babylonian period around 2000 BC. But this copy is itself a copy, transcribed from older sources that the scribes explicitly referenced. Fragments have been recovered from Larsa, from Isin, from Nippur itself. The variations between these copies are minor, differences in spelling, slight numerical discrepancies, but the core content remains identical. This suggests a standardized source, an original document or tradition that multiple scribal schools preserved with near religious fidelity. The precision matters. These were not oral legends subject to the drift of storytelling. They were written records, checked and copied, transmitted across centuries through institutions designed for preservation. The scribes who maintained these documents were not poets. They were accountants. Their training focused on accuracy, on replication, on ensuring that grain tallies matched, that temple inventories aligned, that legal contracts could be verified against precedent. When they copied the king list, they used the same techniques, the same vocabulary, the same numerical notation they applied to tax records, which raises a question that scholarship has struggled to answer. Why would trained bureaucrats preserve obvious impossibilities with the same care they devoted to verifiable data? If the pre-flood rain lengths were symbolic, metaphorical, or mythological, why maintain them in accounting language? Why not frame them in the poetic style used for hymns and epics? The text lists 8 kings before the flood. Alulim, who ruled in Eridu for 28,800 years. Alalgar, who ruled for 36,000 years. En-Menlu'ana of Bad Tabira, 43,200 years. The numbers continue through 8 names, 8 cities, until the flood swept over, and kingship had to be lowered from heaven once again. The cities themselves are not mythical. Eridu has been excavated. Bad Tabira, known later as Tel al-Madain, shows archaeological layers stretching back to the 6th millennium BC. Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak, all real locations with real occupation histories that match the sequence presented in the king list. But the numbers refuse easy dismissal. They are not random. Every reign length is divisible by 3,600, a number the Sumerians called a sar, a term that appears in astronomical texts as a measure of cosmic cycles. The base 60 mathematical system the Sumerians used is the same system that calculated planetary orbits, lunar phases, the movements of Venus across the night sky. Modern astronomers have verified these ancient calculations. The Babylonians, inheriting Sumerian astronomy, could predict eclipses, track the precession of equinoxes, measure the length of a year to within minutes of our current calculation. This was not primitive numerology. This was sophisticated mathematics applied consistently across multiple disciplines. So, when the king list presents reign lengths in multiples of 3,600, it is using the same mathematical language applied to verifiable astronomical phenomena. The scribes were not inventing, they were calculating. or, more precisely, they were recording calculations someone else had made. Scholarly interpretation has traditionally moved in two directions. The first suggests that these numbers are symbolic, that the Sumerians, lacking a concept of deep time, inflated reign lengths to convey antiquity, importance, or divine favor. The second proposes a different time-counting system, perhaps seasonal or lunar, that when converted to solar years produces these seemingly impossible numbers. Both interpretations treat the problem as one of translation, of misunderstanding between ancient and modern frameworks. But neither interpretation addresses the bureaucratic tone. Symbolic inflation appears in literature, in praise poetry, in royal propaganda. It does not appear in accounting ledgers. And if the numbers resulted from a different counting system, why did the scribes not convert them when they standardized other measurements? The post-flood kings are measured in normal years. The transition is abrupt, marked explicitly by the flood event. Before the flood, cosmic timescales. After the flood, human lifespans. The shift is too clean to be accidental, too precise to be misunderstanding, which leaves an unresolved question. What if the scribes recorded exactly what their sources told them? What if they preserved these numbers not because they understood them, but because they believed in the authority of the documents they were copying? The flood itself demands attention. The king list treats it not as mythology, but as administrative transition. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over, when kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was in Kish. The language is procedural. The flood is an event. Kingship is a transferable office. Heaven is a location from which authority descends. There is no moral judgment, no divine wrath, no explanation for why the flood occurred. It simply happened, and the administrative structure adjusted accordingly. When Leonard Woolley excavated the ancient city of Ur in 1929, he found something that should not have been there if the flood was purely mythological. 8 feet below the level of the royal tombs, beneath layers of occupation debris and pottery shards, his team encountered clean, water-laid silt. 8 feet of it. No artifacts, no ash, no gradual accumulation, just silt deposited by massive, sustained flooding. Above this layer, the city resumed. Below it, an earlier city. The flood was not a story. It was geology. Similar flood deposits have been found at Kish, excavated by Stephen Langdon in 1928. At Shuruppak, modern Tel Farah, where German expeditions in the 1920s and 1930s uncovered flood strata, interrupting the sequence of temples and houses. At Uruk, where the earliest levels show evidence of water damage on a scale requiring more than seasonal overflow. The cities mentioned in the King list as pre-flood centers all show stratigraphic evidence of catastrophic flooding. The dates cluster around 2900 to 2800 BC, though exact correlation is difficult. Radiocarbon dating from this period carries margins of error, and different sites show slightly different chronologies, perhaps indicating multiple floods or varying sediment deposition rates. But here is the problem. The flood layers do not show primitive societies overwhelmed by disaster. They show advanced urban centers interrupted and then rebuilt. Below the silt at Ur, sophisticated pottery, cylinder seals depicting complex religious scenes, administrative tablets recording grain distributions. Above the silt, the same cultural markers continue, refined but not reinvented. At Shuruppak, the pre-flood layer contained thousands of administrative documents. evidence of a functioning bureaucracy, managing irrigation, tracking labor, recording temple offerings. After a 300-year gap in occupation, likely the time required for the land to become habitable again, the city was reoccupied, and the writing system had evolved, but the core symbols remained recognizable. The mathematical principles were identical, which means the knowledge survived. Through catastrophic flooding that left 8 feet of silt, through a 3-century abandonment, through the death of an entire urban population, the knowledge survived. The irrigation mathematics, the astronomical observations, the administrative procedures, the legal concepts, they survived as if they had been stored somewhere safe, preserved deliberately, transmitted by someone who understood their value. The King List calls this period after the flood had swept over, when kingship was lowered from heaven, not invented by survivors, not developed through trial and error, lowered, given, transferred. The language suggests that authority did not emerge from human innovation after the disaster. It was bestowed, as it had been before, from a source the text consistently identifies as heaven. In the centuries following the flood, cities rebuilt on their old foundations. Eridu, according to archaeological excavation, shows 18 successive temple levels built directly atop one another, each oriented to the same cardinal directions, each maintaining the same basic floor plan. The earliest of these temples dates to around 5000 BC, long before the flood, long before the Sumerian king list begins. But even that earliest temple, Temple I at the base of the sequence, shows no primitive phase. It has a central altar, an offering table, precise measurements. The layout suggests knowledge of sacred geometry, understanding of structural engineering, awareness of astronomical alignment. It does not look like a first attempt. It looks like the implementation of an existing plan. And when later Sumerian kings rebuilt these temples after the flood, after centuries of abandonment, they did not innovate. They restored. Inscriptions from the 3rd dynasty of Ur around 2100 BC describe reconstruction efforts with a specific phrase: I restored the temple as it had been from ancient days. Not I built, not I designed, I restored. The implication is memory, reference to a prior state considered authoritative, perhaps even sacred. This restoration impulse appears across multiple sites, multiple dynasties, multiple centuries. It suggests a culture that saw its role not as creators, but as maintainers, not as inventors, but as inheritors of a design they did not originate. The question is whether this was ideology, a legitimization strategy claiming ancient authority, or whether it reflected something deeper, whether it preserved, however distorted by time and disaster, a memory of actually inheriting their civilization from predecessors who vanished in the flood. The silence hums here. It hums in the gap between what the texts say and what we assume they must mean. It hums in the 8 feet of silt that separate advanced culture from advanced culture, with no developmental stage in between. It hums in the bureaucratic tone applied to impossible numbers, in the restoration language applied to buildings supposedly being built for the first time. The Sumerian king list does not claim the Sumerians invented kingship. It claims they received it, twice. Once before the flood, when it descended from heaven to Eridu. Once after, when it was lowered from heaven to Kish. The text treats these as separate events, both involving transfer from an external source, whether that source was literal or symbolic, whether heaven meant sky or temple or distant homeland. The structure of the claim remains consistent. Authority was inherited, not originated. And if kingship was inherited, what else came with it? The irrigation systems that turned desert into farmland, were those inherited? The base 60 mathematics that measured time and space, inherited? The cuneiform script that appeared nearly fully formed around 3200 BC, inherited? The astronomical knowledge that tracked Venus cycles and predicted eclipses, inherited? The legal concepts of contract and property and testimony, inherited? The texts say yes. Scholarship says no, or at least not literally. But the texts were written by people who built the irrigation channels, who used the mathematics, who copied the star charts. They were not ignorant of their own civilization's complexity. They lived within it, maintained it, transmitted it to the next generation. And when they described its origins, they did not say, "We invented this." They said, "We received this." Which brings us back to the phrase found at Nippur. Carved into the foundation of a temple rebuilt after the flood. This is the restoration of what was before. What was before? The text does not elaborate. It assumes the reader knows. It assumes shared memory, shared understanding of a prior state worth restoring. And perhaps that assumption made sense in 2100 BC, when the flood was only 800 years in the past, recent enough for oral tradition to preserve details, for institutional memory to remain intact. But for us, reading these inscriptions across 4,000 years, the phrase opens a question it does not answer. Restoration of what? A building, a city, a civilization, an order, an administration that once governed, once measured, once decreed from a place the tablets call heaven. The king list will not tell us. It simply records the names, the cities, the impossible numbers, and the flood that divides them from us. It records kingship descending, sweeping away, descending again. It records inheritance. And in that record, a deeper question takes shape. Not whether the Sumerians invented their civilization, but whether invention was ever the right framework for understanding how civilizations begin. Whether the birth of writing, law, astronomy, and agriculture might sometimes be, to those who experienced it, not creation but recovery, not innovation but remembrance, not discovery but restoration of what was before. The silence deepens, the clay tablets remain, and in museum archives from Oxford to Baghdad, the wedge marks pressed by ancient hands still carry that weight, the weight of inheritance, of stepping into a world already measured, already governed, already complete. Hold that thought, because the king list names the cities where kingship descended, and when archaeologists excavated those cities, they found something that complicates the narrative of human development even further. They found that the foundations went deeper than anyone expected, that the sophistication appeared earlier than the timeline allowed, that restoration was not metaphor, but procedure, embedded in the very architecture of Mesopotamian civilization. But that requires us to look at what was built, at the structures themselves, at the temples that rose in stepped layers toward the stars, rebuilt generation after generation on the same ground, oriented to the same points, preserving the same proportions, as if the design itself was sacred, inherited, not to be altered, but only maintained. The question shifts. Not what did the Sumerians invent, but what did they inherit, and from whom? The temples came first, not metaphorically, but chronologically, archaeologically, stratigraphically first, before palaces, before city walls, before administrative complexes, temples. And in southern Mesopotamia, the temples did not evolve from simple to complex. They appeared complex, then became more so. The earliest excavated shrine at Eridu, the city where kingship first descended according to the king list, dates to approximately 5000 BC. It sits at the bottom of a sequence of 18 successive temples, each built directly atop the ruins of its predecessor, each maintaining the same orientation, the same basic floor plan, the same ritual purpose. Temple 1, the oldest, measures roughly 12 by 15 feet. Small, but not primitive. The structure has a central altar positioned along the building's axis. An offering table stands before it. The walls align to the cardinal directions with precision that requires astronomical observation and mathematical calculation. The entrance faces a specific point on the horizon. The proportions follow geometric ratios. This is not a shelter that gradually became sacred. This is a purpose-built religious structure demonstrating knowledge of surveying, geometry, and celestial mechanics. In 5000 BC, 3000 years before the king list was written, 2000 years before the flood layer appears in the archaeological record, Iraqi archaeologist Fuad Safar, who led the excavations at Eridu in the 1940s and 1950s, noted something that troubled the standard narrative of cultural evolution. Temple 1 showed no experimentation, no trial phase, no evidence of builders learning as they worked. It looked like the implementation of an existing plan. And each subsequent temple, Temple 2 to 3rd, 4, through 18 iterations spanning millennia, followed the same plan with increasing elaboration. Larger dimensions, more rooms, more sophisticated mud brick techniques, but the core design remained unchanged. The altar stayed in the same position relative to the entrance. The orientation held constant. The proportions scaled up but maintained their ratios. By the time Temple 7 was constructed, around 4500 BC, the structure had grown to monumental size, but it still echoed Temple 1. Same axis, same eastern entrance, same altar placement. The continuity was not casual. It was deliberate, enforced across centuries by builders who treated the original design as inviolable. Later, Sumerian inscriptions make this explicit. When Ur-Nammu, king of Ur around 2100 BC, rebuilt the temple of Nana, the moon god, his foundation inscription reads, "I built the temple of Nana as it had been from ancient times," as it had been, not as he imagined it, not as his architects designed it, as it had been from ancient times. The phrase appears again and again in Mesopotamian building inscriptions, restored to its ancient plan, rebuilt as it was in the days of old, according to its original foundation. The repetition suggests more than royal rhetoric. It suggests a cultural imperative. Preserve the form. Do not innovate. Do not improve the sacred design. Restore it. But restore it to what? Temple Wyatt Eridu predates Sumerian civilization by 2 millennia. It predates the invention or appearance of writing. It predates the cities named in the king list. Yet it already contains the architectural vocabulary that later Mesopotamian temples would elaborate but never fundamentally change, which implies that even Temple the Huai was not the original, that it, too, was a restoration of something earlier, something lost to archaeology, because it was built in materials that did not survive, or in locations not yet excavated, or in a period so remote that its traces have eroded beyond recovery. The silence here is not absence of evidence, but presence of pattern. A pattern that appears fully formed at the earliest accessible levels and then persists, unchanged in its essentials, for 4,000 years. Consider the ziggurat, the stepped pyramid that became Mesopotamia's most distinctive architectural form. The ziggurat of Ur, excavated by Leonard Woolley in the 1920s, stands as the most intact example. Ur-Nammu built it in the 21st century BC, during the third dynasty of Ur. The structure rises in 3 massive stages, each stage smaller than the one below, creating a stepped profile that ancient texts describe as a ladder or stairway between earth and heaven. The base measures roughly 210 by 150 feet. The height, now partially collapsed, originally reached about 100 feet. The proportions are not arbitrary. The base dimensions follow a 5.3.2 ratio. This same ratio appears in other Mesopotamian ziggurats, at Babylon, at Borsippa, at Dur-Kurigalzu. It appears in temple ground plans. It appears in the layout of sacred precincts. The consistency across hundreds of miles and hundreds of years indicates a standard, a canonical form that builders referenced and replicated. Modern architectural analysis has revealed something more. The 5:3:2 ratio produces structural stability. It distributes weight efficiently. It creates a form that resists erosion and earthquake damage better than other configurations. Whether the Mesopotamians understood this through empirical testing or inherited it from predecessors who had already solved the engineering problem, the result is the same: a design optimized for longevity and repeated construction. But here is the problem. Ur-Nammu's foundation inscription does not claim to have invented the ziggurat. It claims to have restored it. The text reads, "I built the temple of Nana," as it had been from ancient times. Yet archaeological excavation beneath the ziggurat of Ur has found no earlier ziggurat. The structure sits on virgin soil, or at least on fill that shows no trace of a previous stepped pyramid. So what was Ur-Nammu restoring? Scholars have proposed that the restoration language is purely ideological, that Ur-Nammu was claiming ancient authority for a new project, legitimizing innovation by framing it as tradition. But this interpretation struggles against the precision of the language. Ur-Nammu does not say, "I built in the ancient style," or "I honored ancient customs." He says, "as it had been," as if referencing a specific prior state, as if working from a model. One possibility is that the model existed in texts, not in physical structures, that temple archives preserved descriptions, measurements, diagrams of ideal sacred buildings that earlier generations had constructed elsewhere, or in earlier ages. We know that later Mesopotamian kings, particularly Nabonidus of Babylon in the 6th century BC, actively searched for ancient foundation deposits when rebuilding temples. Nabonidus describes excavating down to the original foundations laid by earlier kings, reading their inscriptions, and rebuilding according to the dimensions they recorded. This was not casual renovation. This was archaeological restoration, performed with the tools available in the first millennium BC: systematic digging, measurement, documentation. If Nabonidus could do this in 550 BC, referencing temples built 1,000 years earlier, Could Ur-Nammu have done the same in 2100 BC, referencing plans from before the flood? The chronology allows it. The flood layer dates to 2900 BC. Ur-Nammu reigns around 2100 BC. 800 years separate the catastrophe from the restoration, enough time for memory to fade into legend, but not enough to erase institutional knowledge preserved in temple archives, in scribal schools, in the technical literature that administrative complexes maintained. And if the ziggurat design was preserved in pre-flood documents, that would explain why it appears suddenly in the archaeological record, why it shows no developmental phase, why every example follows the same proportional system. It would explain the restoration language not as metaphor, but as literal description. Ur-Nammu really was rebuilding something that had existed before, not in that exact location, but in the collective memory and technical archives of Mesopotamian civilization. The astronomical alignments support this interpretation. The ziggurat of Ur aligns to the cardinal directions with an error margin of less than 1 degree. The structure's corners point toward the solstice sunrises and sunsets. The top platform, now destroyed but reconstructed from textual descriptions, once held a shrine that faced the moon's rising point at specific times of the year. These alignments require observation, calculation, and the mathematical framework to translate observation into architectural execution. They require the base 60 system that appears in Sumerian mathematics from the earliest written records. That system, sexagesimal notation, is worth pausing on. We still use it. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. The Sumerians divided the circle into 360 parts because their mathematics operated in base 60 rather than base 10. Why base 60? The standard explanation is that it's highly divisible. 60 can be evenly divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60, making it practical for trade, land measurement, and timekeeping. But practicality does not explain origin. Someone, at some point, had to choose base 60 over other options, and by the time writing appears in the archaeological record around 3200 BC, base 60 is already in use. Not emerging, not developing, in use, fully functional, applied to complex calculations. The MUL.APIN tablets, Mesopotamian astronomical compendia dating to around 1000 BC but claiming to record older observations, use base 60 mathematics to calculate the movements of celestial bodies. The Venus tablet of Amisaduqa, from the 17th century BC, uses the same system to track the planet's appearances and disappearances with precision that modern astronomers have verified. The lunar calendar, 12 months of alternating 29 and 30-day lengths, with intercalary months added periodically to keep the calendar aligned with solar years, requires multi-generational observation and base 60 calculation to function. By the time these systems appear in writing, they are already mature, already standardized across multiple cities, which raises the same question the temple architecture raises. Where is the learning curve? Where are the early attempts, the simplified versions, the trial and error phase that should precede any complex system? If base 60 mathematics was invented in the Uruk period around 3200 BC, we should see its invention, crude at first, refined over time. Instead, we see it applied immediately to sophisticated problems. Land surveys requiring area calculation, grain storage requiring volume measurement, astronomical observation requiring angular division. The system appears competent from the start, unless it was not invented in 3200 BC, unless it, like the temple plans and the ziggurat proportions, was inherited from an earlier phase of Mesopotamian culture, a phase that the flood interrupted but did not erase, a phase that preserved its knowledge in whatever archives survived the disaster, in whatever institutional memory the rebuilders maintained. The restoration inscriptions begin to make more sense in this light. When Ur-Nammu says, "as it had been from ancient times," he may be referencing not vague tradition but specific plans. When later kings describe seeking the ancient foundation, they may be conducting actual archaeological investigation, digging down to pre-flood levels, recovering architectural data. The Mesopotamian obsession with continuity, with building on the same sacred sites generation after generation, suddenly looks less like superstition and more like preservation strategy. By building on the old foundations, by maintaining the old orientations, by following the old proportions, they ensured that knowledge encoded in the architecture itself would not be lost. Because architecture can encode knowledge. The 5:3:2 ratio of the ziggurat base is not just aesthetically pleasing, it is structurally optimal. The cardinal alignments are not just ceremonially significant, they are astronomically precise. The base 60 divisions are not just mathematically convenient. They are cosmologically coherent with a worldview that saw the heavens as ordered, measurable, predictable. If the ziggurat design was inherited from pre-flood architects who had already solved these problems, then restoration was not conservative ideology. It was practical engineering. Why reinvent a design that already worked? The pattern extends beyond individual buildings to entire sacred precincts. The temple complex at Nippur, which served as a religious center for Sumerian civilization, even during periods when it held no political power, shows continuous occupation from the Ubaid period around 5000 BC through the Persian conquest in the 6th century BC. 4,000 years of unbroken religious activity on the same ground. The Ikur, the temple of Enlil, god of wind and kingship, was rebuilt multiple times over those millennia. Each iteration maintained the same location, the same orientation, the same relationship to surrounding structures. Excavators found foundation deposits, ritual offerings placed beneath cornerstones at multiple levels, indicating that each rebuilding was understood as a renewal, not a replacement. The cuneiform texts from Nippur include temple hymns that describe the Ikur as built when heaven and earth were separated, a phrase that places its origin at the creation of the world. Mythological language, certainly. But the myth serves a function. It makes the temple's design timeless, removes it from human invention, places it in the category of cosmic order rather than cultural choice. And if the builders of each successive Ikur believed they were maintaining a design established at creation, they would have treated the proportions, the orientations, the ritual spaces as sacred data not to be altered. This mindset, preservation over innovation, pervades Mesopotamian culture in ways that distinguish it from later civilizations. The Greeks innovated constantly, experimenting with new architectural forms, new philosophical systems, new political structures. The Romans adapted and improved, taking Greek columns and making them larger, taking republican government and making it imperial. But the Mesopotamians refined. They elaborated. They maintained. For 3,000 years, the core elements of their civilization, cuneiform script, base 60 mathematics, temple architecture, hydraulic engineering, evolved incrementally but never transformed fundamentally. Why? The standard explanation is cultural conservatism, perhaps driven by priestly elites invested in tradition. But conservatism alone does not explain the technical sophistication of what was being conserved. It does not explain why the earliest temples look like implementations of a plan, why base 60 appears fully functional, why the ziggurat proportions are structurally optimized from their first appearance. Conservatism preserves what exists. But what if what existed was already so advanced, so well adapted to Mesopotamian environmental and social conditions, that innovation seemed not only unnecessary but dangerous? What if they were conserving not tradition, but knowledge? Knowledge they believed they had inherited and feared to lose. The Restoration inscriptions hint at this anxiety. I restored the temple as it had been from ancient times carries an implicit concern that without restoration, the ancient form will be forgotten, that each generation must actively maintain the inheritance, or it will slip away. The obsessive copying of old tablets in scribal schools, the careful preservation of foundation inscriptions, the ritual deposits marking each rebuilding, these are the behaviors of a culture aware of fragility, aware that knowledge can be lost, that catastrophes can sever continuity. They had reason to be aware. The flood had done exactly that. It had severed continuity. The king list marks the break clearly. Before the flood, 8 kings with cosmic lifespans. Then the flood swept over. Then after, mortal kings rebuilding mortal cities. But rebuilding with knowledge. With irrigation mathematics, and astronomical precision, and architectural sophistication, the post-flood kings did not start from zero. They started from inheritance. And what they inherited included not just practical skills, but conceptual frameworks. The idea of kingship itself, that political authority derives from a higher source, that it can be transferred, that it requires legitimization beyond mere force. This idea appears in the earliest Sumerian texts without explanation, as if self-evident. The concept of the me, divine principles or powers that govern aspects of reality and can be possessed, stolen, or given, appears in myths that treat it as obvious, needing no introduction. The 7 gods who decree fate, the assembly of deities, the cosmic bureaucracy, these concepts structure Sumerian religious thought from the beginning of the written record. Where did these concepts come from? The texts say, from the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, the divine administrators, the ones who ruled before the flood, who appointed the pre-flood kings, who withdrew after the catastrophe, but left behind the framework of civilization for humans to maintain. Whether the Anunnaki were literal beings, symbolic representations of a prior ruling class, or mythologized memories of an earlier culture, the texts treat them as a source of order. And if the texts are taken at their bureaucratic word, if we read them as administrative documents rather than mythology, they describe a transfer of authority, a succession, an inheritance. The architecture supports this reading. The temples were built to a plan that predates their construction. The ziggurats follow proportions they claim to restore. The mathematical system appears complete at its first written occurrence. The astronomical knowledge requires generational observation, but appears immediately applied to complex problems. All of this points to knowledge received rather than knowledge developed, to inheritance rather than invention. And the silence deepens here, because if the post-flood Mesopotamians were restoring what had been before, what had been before? The king list names pre-flood cities: Eridu, Bad Tabaira, Larak, Sippar, Shurupak. The first two have been excavated and show occupation from the 6th millennium BC, long before the flood. The earliest levels show sophisticated architecture. Where did that sophistication come from? The archaeological record pushes the question back, but does not answer it. Temple 1 at Eridu from 5000 BC is complex. What preceded it? Something simpler, presumably, but the excavations end at Temple Y. Below that level, virgin soil. Or perhaps structures built in materials that decomposed: wood, reed, mud that dissolved in the very floods that deposited the silt layers archaeologists use to date catastrophes. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, but it is silence. And in that silence, the question waits. What were they restoring? When Ur-Nammu built his ziggurat as it had been from ancient times, what ancient times? When the scribes copied the king list and recorded 43,200-year reigns, what were they copying? When the astronomers used base 60 mathematics to calculate Venus cycles, who first developed that system? And when and why base 60 specifically? The texts will not answer. They point backwards, from ancient times, when heaven and earth were separated, when kingship descended from heaven. The language is precise in its imprecision. It marks a boundary. Before this, something else. Before the cities we know, cities we do not know. Before the kings with mortal names, kings with impossible reigns. Before the human administration, divine administration. And after the flood, the restoration of what was before. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. Enough to rebuild the irrigation channels that made civilization possible in the desert. Enough to preserve the mathematics that measured the cosmos. Enough to maintain the temple architecture that connected earth to heaven. Enough to continue. The continuity is the thing. Across catastrophe, across centuries, across the gap between one age and another, the continuity persists. The same sites remain sacred. The same orientations remain precise. The same proportions remain canonical. Someone decided this. Someone valued preservation over innovation, valued the inheritance over the experiment, valued restoration over creation. And perhaps they were right to do so. Perhaps what they preserved was worth preserving. Perhaps the knowledge encoded in the temple plans and astronomical tablets and base 60 calculations represented generations of refinement, of testing, of adaptation to Mesopotamian conditions, generations that predated the flood, that vanished in the disaster, leaving only their designs and their mathematics and their memory of descent from a source they called heaven. The question is not whether we believe their explanation. The question is what their explanation explains. It explains the restoration language. It explains the architectural continuity. It explains the mathematical sophistication appearing without antecedent. It explains the cultural anxiety about preservation. It explains why they saw themselves as inheritors rather than inventors. whether kingship literally descended from heaven or metaphorically from a predecessor culture, the structure of the inheritance remains. The post-flood Mesopotamians built on foundations they did not lay. They calculated with a system they did not devise. They worshipped in temples designed to a plan they treated as sacred, unalterable, given. And they called this inheritance. They named it clearly, repeatedly, bureaucratically. In the king list, after kingship descended from heaven. In the temple inscriptions, as it had been from ancient times. In the restoration texts, according to the ancient foundation. The silence between those words is where the question lives, because the words themselves do not argue. They state, they record, they preserve. And what they preserve is a memory of reception, of stepping into a world already measured, already governed, already complete. But if the architecture of Mesopotamian civilization was inherited, if the temples and ziggurats and mathematical systems were restorations of something prior, then who were the prior? The texts have a name for them, the same name that appears in grain receipts and legal contracts and administrative god lists. Not myths, not poetry, bureaucracy. The Anunnaki. Those who from heaven to earth came. And it is time to look at them not as mythology, but as the texts present them, as administrators, as personnel, as the ones who governed before humans inherited the office, which means examining not the stories told about them, but the records kept of them, the work rosters, the labor disputes, the organizational charts of cosmic bureaucracy. Because if we are treating the king list as administrative document, we must treat the god lists the same way. We must read the Anunnaki not as religious figures, but as the texts read them, as the management structure humanity succeeded. The Anunnaki do not first appear in creation myths or theological speculation. They appear in work rosters. In the Atrahasis epic, a text preserved in old Babylonian copies from around 1700 BC, but referencing older sources. The narrative opens not with cosmic drama, but with labor complaints. The Anunnaki are digging irrigation canals. They are mining in the earth. They are carrying baskets of soil. And after 40 years of this work, the text specifies 40 years as if counting, they rebel. The language is administrative. The work was too heavy, too much the drudgery. Great was the distress, much the suffering. This is not divine poetry. This is a grievance report. The Anunnaki go to Enlil, the chief administrator, and demand relief. Enlil convenes a council. The assembly of the gods deliberates. They reach a decision. Create humans to bear the labor burden. The solution is framed as personnel reassignment. The Anunnaki will supervise. Humans will execute. The work will continue. What kind of mythology describes gods as exhausted laborers? What kind of religious text frames creation as a labor dispute resolution? The Atrahasis epic is held in the British Museum, catalogued as a mythological text, studied as literature. But its tone is not literary. Its structure is not mythological. It reads like meeting minutes. Problem identified, labor shortage. Solution proposed, create new workforce. Solution implemented, humans formed from clay and divine essence. Result, Anunnaki relieved of physical work. Humans assume operational duties. The text continues. Humans multiply. They become too numerous, too noisy. Enlil, disturbed by the noise, decides to reduce the population. He sends plague, then drought, then famine. Each time, Enki, god of wisdom and fresh water, warns a human named Atrahasis, and provides a workaround. Finally, Enlil decrees a flood to eliminate humanity entirely. Again, Enki intervenes, instructing Atrahasis to build a boat and preserve the seed of mankind. The flood comes. Atrahasis survives. Afterward, the gods realize they need the human workforce. A compromise is reached. Humans will continue to exist, but their numbers will be controlled through natural mortality. Read as mythology. This is a story about divine-human relations, about the purpose of humanity, about why we suffer and die. Read as administrative record. It is a chronicle of policy decisions regarding a labor force. The flood is not divine wrath, but population control. The survival of Atrahasis is not mercy, but workforce preservation. The compromise is not theological, it is bureaucratic. Maintain operational capacity while preventing resource strain. The Atrahasis epic treats the Anunnaki not as eternal spiritual beings, but as a workforce with needs, limits, complaints. They get tired, they organize, they petition management, and management responds not with omnipotent decree but with problem-solving. Create subordinates to handle the heavy work. This is organizational hierarchy. This is division of labor. This is administration. And the term itself, Anunnaki, reveals this bureaucratic nature. In cuneiform, it is written An-una.ki. An means heaven or sky. Una is a variant of none, meaning princely or noble. Ki means earth or place. The compound translates approximately as princely offspring of heaven, or those of royal seed who came to earth. Not gods in the abstract sense, but a specific category of divine beings with a specific origin point and a specific location of activity. They came from heaven. They operate on earth. They have a job to do. This categorization appears throughout Sumerian and Akkadian texts. The Anunnaki are distinguished from other divine categories. The Igigi, often described as younger gods or celestial beings who do not descend to earth. The Anuna, sometimes used interchangeably with Anunnaki but occasionally referring to a subset. The Sabiti, the seven gods who decree fate. These are not random groupings. They are organizational charts, personnel classifications. Different divine categories have different functions, different jurisdictions, different ranks. In administrative god lists, cuneiform tablets that enumerate deities in hierarchical order, the Anunnaki appear as a collective entity under the authority of specific senior gods. Anu, the sky god, is listed as their progenitor or ultimate authority. Enlil, the wind god, functions as executive administrator. Enki, the water god, manages wisdom, craft, and problem-solving. Beneath them, the Anunnaki form the operational tier. They implement policies. They manage resources. They maintain the infrastructure. This structure mirrors earthly Mesopotamian administration. City-states had assemblies of elders who deliberated on policy. Kings executed decisions but consulted with councils. Priests managed temple economies. Scribes recorded and transmitted institutional knowledge. The divine bureaucracy described in Sumerian texts replicates this structure at a cosmic scale. The gods hold assembly, they debate, they vote. Decisions are made by consensus or by decree from senior authority. Then the Anunnaki, the operational level, carry out the work. Which brings us to the me. The Sumerian concept of me, pronounced me, appears in texts not as abstract moral principles, but as tangible objects, transferable powers, operational procedures. They are listed in inventories. They are stolen. They are given as gifts. They are drunk away in moments of poor judgment. The most famous account appears in the myth Inanna and Enki, where Inanna, goddess of love and war, visits Enki in his city of Eridu. Enki, drunk on beer, offers her the me one by one. Inanna accepts them, loads them onto her boat, and transports them to her own city, Uruk. The text lists over 60 me. The list includes kingship, priesthood, truth, descent to the underworld, ascent from the underworld, the art of lovemaking, the craft of metalworking, the art of writing, the giving of judgments, the making of decisions. Each is treated as a discrete thing. Each can be possessed, transferred, lost. When Enki sobers up and realizes what he has given away, he sends servants to retrieve the mu. But Inanna has already reached Uruk. The me are now hers. The transfer is complete. What are we to make of this? If the me are abstract concepts, why can they be stolen? If they are symbolic representations of cultural achievements, why do the texts describe them as physical objects loaded onto a boat? The standard scholarly interpretation treats the me as a mythological device for explaining how Uruk gained political and cultural prominence over Eridu. Inanna's theft represents Uruk's historical ascendancy. The me symbolize the cultural institutions that shifted from one city to another. But the texts do not describe symbols. They describe items. The me are treated with the same linguistic structure used for temple furniture, agricultural tools, tribute goods. They are countable. They are listable. They have names. And they can be operated. The me for descent to the underworld is not a metaphor in the Inanna cycle. It is the procedure Inanna uses to enter the underworld, passing through 7 gates, removing one garment at each, following a protocol that grants access. Without the me, the descent does not work. With the me, it does. This suggests that me are not just symbols of authority, but operational knowledge, procedures, techniques, formulas, the kind of knowledge that allows specific actions to be performed successfully. Kingship is a me because it is not just a title. It is a set of procedures for governing, for commanding authority, for enacting decisions. Priesthood is a me because it is a set of rituals, protocols, authorized behaviors. Metalworking is a me because it is technical knowledge, how to smelt ore, alloy copper with tin, cast bronze. These are not abstract. These are functional. And if the me are functional knowledge, then their transfer from Enki to Inanna describes exactly what it claims to describe. Knowledge leaving one center of authority and establishing itself in another. Eridu, the oldest city according to the king list, the place where kingship first descended, loses the me to Uruk, the city that becomes the dominant urban center in the Uruk period around 3200 BC. The myth records a historical shift, not through conquest, but through knowledge transfer. The me concept appears in other contexts. In legal texts, oaths are sworn by the me. In medical texts, healing practices are described as me. In astronomical texts, the predictable movements of celestial bodies operate according to me. The term functions as shorthand for the way things are supposed to work, the operational principles of reality, not laws imposed by decree, but inherent structures that can be known, learned, applied. And the Anunnaki are described as the holders of these me, the administrators of these principles. Enki possesses the me of wisdom and craft. Inanna acquires the me of political and sexual power. Enlil controls the me of wind and storm. Each deity has a portfolio, a domain of responsibility, a set of procedures they manage. The divine assembly deliberates on how me should be deployed, distributed, adjusted. This is not worship language. This is governance language, which raises the question, governance of what? If the Anunnaki are administrators managing operational principles, what operations are they managing? The texts give a consistent answer. The operations of civilization, agriculture, irrigation, urban settlement, craft production, legal procedure, astronomical observation, temple maintenance, everything that makes Mesopotamian society function. The Atrahasis epic states it plainly. Humans are created to bear the yoke. The yoke is the work the Anunnaki were doing, digging canals, mining resources, maintaining infrastructure. After humans are created, the Anunnaki shift from operational work to supervisory roles. They teach, they instruct, they ensure the work continues, but they no longer perform it themselves. This is succession planning. This is knowledge transfer. This is training a replacement workforce to assume operational duties, while senior management steps back into oversight roles, and it is framed not as metaphor, but as policy. The text describes the creation of humans in procedural language. Take clay, mix with divine essence, recite incantation, form the figure, breathe life. These are steps. This is a recipe, and the result is a being capable of learning the work, of maintaining the systems the Anunnaki established. The seven who decree fate appear in this context. Anu, Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag, Nana, Utu, Inanna, these seven senior deities form the executive council. They are described in texts from Nippur, dating to the Old Babylonian period around 2000 BC, as the assembly of the gods, who determine destiny. Not in the sense of predetermining individual fates, but in the sense of setting policy, establishing parameters, making decisions that shape outcomes. Destiny, in Mesopotamian thought, is not fixed prophecy. It is the trajectory set by current policy. The assembly meets. They deliberate. They vote. Decisions require consensus or majority. Junior deities can petition. Grievances can be heard. This is parliamentary procedure. And the decisions made in assembly become binding. They become me. Operational principles that structure reality until the assembly meets again and issues new decrees. The tablet of destinies appears in this administrative framework. Multiple texts reference it. The Anzu epic, the Enuma Elish, various royal inscriptions. The tablet is described as a physical object that confers authority. Whoever holds it can issue binding decrees. When the bird demon Anzu steals the tablet of destinies from Enlil, cosmic order collapses. The gods lose the ability to enforce their decrees. Ninurta, god of war, is dispatched to recover the tablet. He succeeds, returns it to Enlil, and order is restored. The narrative treats the tablet as technology, not symbol. It has a function. It can be tested. In the Enuma Elish, when Marduk is elevated to supreme authority over the gods, the assembly tests his power. They place a garment before him and ask him to demonstrate control of the tablet of destinies. Marduk speaks. The garment vanishes. He speaks again. The garment reappears. The test is passed. Marduk receives the tablet and becomes king of the gods. Why describe divine authority as testable? Why frame cosmic power as something that can be demonstrated, verified, confirmed by experiment? The text does not treat this as miraculous. It treats it as procedural. Marduk has mastered the me of command. He can operate the tablet of destinies. Therefore, he is qualified for the position. Therefore, the assembly confirms him. This is not how gods function in mythology. This is how administrators function in bureaucracy. Competence is demonstrated. Authority is confirmed. Procedures are followed. And the system continues. The Anunnaki operate within this system. They are not omnipotent. They have roles, jurisdictions, limits. They can be overruled by the assembly. They can fail at tasks. They can make mistakes. Enki, giving away the me while drunk, is a mistake. They can rebel. The Atrahasis labor revolt is rebellion. They are, in the texts, bureaucrats. Powerful bureaucrats operating at a cosmic scale, but bureaucrats nonetheless. And after the flood, their role changes. The Atrahasis epic is explicit. After the flood, humans are allowed to survive on condition that they continue the work. The Anunnaki do not resume operational duties. They remain in supervisory positions, communicating through omens, dreams, priests. But the daily maintenance of civilization, the irrigation, the planting, the building, the recording, that falls to humans. The succession is complete. The king list reflects this transition. Pre-flood kings are described as appointed by the Anunnaki, ruling under divine supervision with impossibly long reigns that suggest either different timekeeping or different biological parameters. Post-flood kings are human administrators, ruling mortal lifespans, still claiming divine appointment but functionally autonomous. The early post-flood dynasties at Kish invoke the gods in their royal inscriptions, but as centuries pass, the invocations become formulaic. The gods bless, approve, witness, but they do not directly govern. This withdrawal is gradual, visible in the textual record. Early dynastic kings in the 28th and 27th centuries BC describe themselves as chosen by Enlil, or beloved of Inanna, passive recipients of divine favor. Akkadian kings in the 24th and 23rd centuries BC claim to be appointed, but emphasize their own military and administrative achievements. By the Old Babylonian period in the early 2nd millennium BC, kings like Hammurabi invoke the gods in their law code prologues, but attribute the laws themselves to their own wisdom. The gods still exist in the framework. They still legitimize, but they no longer administer. The Anunnaki fade from active presence in the texts. They are still referenced in legal oaths by the Anunnaki and by the king, which appears in contracts from the Old Babylonian period. But they are no longer actors in historical narratives. They become background, invoked as authority, but not as agents. The transition from divine administration to human administration is complete, yet the framework remains. The me are still operational. The irrigation systems still function according to the principles the Anunnaki supposedly established. The base 60 mathematics still calculates the cosmos. The temple architecture still follows the ancient proportions. The legal concepts still structure social order. The knowledge the Anunnaki transferred, or that was attributed to them, persists. The inheritance continues. And this persistence raises the deepest question yet. If the Anunnaki were mythological projections of human social structure, why describe them as exhausted laborers? Why give them grievances and mistakes and limits? Mythology elevates, it perfects, it creates ideal forms. But the Anunnaki in administrative texts are not ideal. They are functional. They have a job. They get tired of it. They delegate it. They withdraw. This pattern makes sense if the Anunnaki represent a historical reality, not necessarily as gods, but as a prior administrative class, a ruling structure that predated human autonomy. Whether they were literally from heaven or metaphorically from elsewhere, whether they were divine beings or simply a more advanced predecessor culture, the texts describe them consistently as administrators who established systems and then transferred those systems to human management. The flood marks the transfer point. Before the flood, Anunnaki governance with humans as labor force. After the flood, human governance with Anunnaki as distant overseers, then as memory, then as invoked tradition. The progression is visible in the archaeological record. The flood layer, the rebuilding, the gradual shift from claimed divine appointment to claimed divine approval to claimed divine witness. The texts record what the archaeology shows, a transfer of operational authority from one category to another, but the transfer was not clean. It left gaps. Humans inherited the systems, but not always the understanding. They could operate the irrigation mathematics, but perhaps not derive new formulas. They could maintain the temple proportions, but perhaps not redesign them. They could copy astronomical observations, but perhaps not generate the underlying theory. This would explain the preservation imperative, the restoration language, the cultural anxiety about maintaining what was received. If the knowledge was inherited rather than invented, losing it meant losing the ability to function. There would be no rediscovering it through trial and error, because the trial and error had been done by predecessors whose work was now encoded in the me, in the sacred procedures that must be preserved exactly. The Anunnaki, in this reading, are the predecessors, the ones who did the work of establishing civilization, the ones who tested, refined, standardized, the ones who created the base 60 system, the irrigation protocols, the temple designs, the legal frameworks, and then, at the flood, withdrew or perished, leaving behind the operating manuals, the ma, for humans to follow. Whether this is literal history or mythologized history or pure mythology serving ideological purposes, the structure it describes is inheritance, knowledge from a prior source, authority from a prior administration. Civilization not as invention but as succession. And the silence here is profound, because if we take the texts seriously as administrative documents rather than religious fantasy, they describe exactly what they claim to describe: a bureaucratic transfer, a changing of the guard, an inheritance. The question is not whether we believe gods literally walked the earth and dug canals. The question is what the texts are documenting, and they are documenting a memory, clear, persistent, bureaucratically expressed, of civilization as something received, of humans as successors, of kingship, irrigation, mathematics, writing, law, astronomy, all of it, as inheritance from those who came before, from heaven, from the sky, from somewhere else. The Anunnaki were the administrators of that somewhere else, and when the flood came, the administration changed. The office was transferred. The inheritance passed to human hands, and what humans inherited was not chaos or primitivism, but a functioning system, complex, sophisticated, operational. All they had to do was maintain it, restore it, preserve it as it had been from ancient times. But maintaining a system you did not design means never fully understanding it. It means following procedures without grasping principles. It means knowing that something works without knowing why. And perhaps that is the real inheritance. Not just the irrigation channels and the mathematics and the temple plans, but the awareness, preserved in the restoration texts, in the God lists, in the me concept itself, that civilization is larger than any single generation, that knowledge can be transmitted without comprehension, that humans can operate systems they did not create. The Anunnaki gave humans the yoke, the work, the responsibility, and in the transfer, something was lost. The texts are clear about this. Gilgamesh seeks immortality and fails because he is human, not divine. Adapa is offered eternal life and loses it through deception. The Tower of Babel, or its Sumerian precursor, describes language being confused to prevent human unity from threatening divine order. These are narratives of limitation, of humans being kept in a subordinate role, of knowledge being withheld. But they are also narratives of transfer, because despite the limitations, humans did receive the knowledge. Not all of it, not perfectly, but enough. Enough to rebuild after the flood, enough to maintain the irrigation systems, enough to copy the astronomical tablets, enough to continue. And in that continuation, a question emerges. Not who were the Anunnaki, but what was the catastrophe that required the transfer? What was the flood that forced the succession? The texts treat it as inevitable, as decreed, as part of a cosmic plan. But plans can be disrupted. Policies can be reversed. Administrations can fall. The flood was not just water. It was an ending, an administrative termination, a reset. And what came after was not a new beginning, but a restoration of what had been before, as much as could be restored, as much as humans could maintain, as much as the Anunnaki were willing or able to transfer, before withdrawing into silence. That silence is the next layer, because the texts do not just describe the Anunnaki governing and then transferring authority. They describe them leaving, fading, becoming less accessible, less present, less directly involved. And the reasons given are thin, administrative, almost bureaucratic. The work is done, the humans can manage. The noise is too much. But beneath those reasons, a pattern, a withdrawal, a deliberate stepping back from a project now considered complete, or at least self-sustaining. Why withdraw? And what does withdrawal look like when documented in administrative texts from the receiving end, from the humans left to maintain what was left behind? The answer requires looking not at what the Anunnaki did, but at what happened after they stopped doing it, at the catastrophe itself, at the flood not as mythology but as event, as boundary, as the moment when one administration ended and another began, when one age closed and another opened, when the inheritance became irreversible because the previous administrators were no longer available to reclaim it. The flood was real. The archaeology proves it. But the meaning of the flood, the reason the texts treat it as a hinge point in cosmic history, that meaning lies in what it ended and what it allowed to begin. In the transfer, it forced. In the inheritance, it created. And to understand that, we must examine the catastrophe itself. not as divine judgment or natural disaster, but as the texts present it, as a deliberate decision, an administrative policy, a scheduled termination event that separated one age from another and forced humanity to either preserve the inheritance or lose it entirely. Leonard Woolley was not looking for mythology when he dug into the ruins of Ur in 1929. He was looking for history, royal tombs, administrative archives, the physical remains of one of Mesopotamia's oldest cities. What he found instead was silence, 8 feet of it. Clean, water-laid silt with no artifacts, no pottery shards, no ash layers, no gradual accumulation. Just sediment, the kind deposited by sustained massive flooding. And beneath that silence, a city. Above it, another city. The same city, separated by catastrophe. Woolley understood what he was seeing. This was not seasonal overflow. The Euphrates flooded regularly in antiquity. That was why Mesopotamian cities were built on tells, artificial mounds raised above the floodplain. Normal floods left thin deposit layers mixed with cultural debris. This was different. 8 feet of sterile silt required the city to be submerged, abandoned, buried, and then, after the waters receded, reoccupied. The stratigraphic sequence was clear: occupation, catastrophe, gap, reoccupation. He measured the layer carefully. He excavated horizontally to determine its extent. The flood stratum covered the entire exposed area of the dig. It was not localized. It was not a single building collapse or a localized washout. It was site-wide deposition from standing water that remained long enough to settle sediment in even undisturbed layers. Modern hydrological analysis of such deposits suggests weeks or months of inundation, perhaps longer, long enough to make the city uninhabitable, long enough to force survivors to abandon the site entirely. When Stephen Langdon excavated Kish in 1928, he found the same thing: a flood layer interrupting the occupation sequence, clean silt separating earlier from later cultural phases. The depth varied. At Kish, it was less pronounced, perhaps 3 feet, but the character was identical. Water-laid sediment, sterile of artifacts, marking a clear break in the site's history. Langdon dated his flood layer to approximately 2900 BC, based on pottery typology from the levels above and below. Woolley's flood at Ur appeared slightly later, perhaps 2800 BC, though the dating methods of the 1920s carried significant uncertainty. At Shurupak, modern Tel Farah, excavated by German expeditions in the 1920s and 1930s, the flood evidence was even more dramatic. Shurupak is listed in the Sumerian king list as the last city to hold kingship before the flood. Its king, Ubar-Tutu, is named as the father of Ziusudra, the Sumerian flood hero. The archaeological sequence matched the textual claim. The city showed intensive occupation through the early dynastic the One period, then a catastrophic flood layer, then a gap of approximately 300 years before reoccupation in early dynastic the Third. 300 years. An entire historical period erased from the site's occupation. The city did not just flood and rebuild immediately. It flooded and was abandoned. Whatever population survived did not or could not return for generations. When people finally resettled Shurupak around 2300 BC, they built on the ruins, but the cultural continuity was broken. The pottery styles had changed. The architecture had evolved. The cuneiform script had developed. Yet certain elements persisted. The city plan followed the same general layout. The temple occupied the same sacred precinct. The irrigation channels, when recut, followed the old routes. This is the pattern that repeats across southern Mesopotamia. Flood layers at multiple sites, dated to roughly the same period in the late 4th or early 3rd millennium BC. Not simultaneous, the chronology is not precise enough to confirm that, but clustered within a few centuries. And in every case, the flood marks a boundary. Before, one cultural phase. After, another evolved but recognizably continuous. The question is what caused flooding on this scale? The Tigris and Euphrates rivers are prone to flooding, fed by snowmelt from the Zagros and Taurus mountains. Spring floods were annual occurrences in antiquity. But annual floods do not leave 8-foot silt deposits. They do not force citywide abandonment. They do not create 300-year occupation gaps. Something exceptional happened. A perfect storm of meteorological conditions, perhaps, unusually heavy snowpack, sudden warming, rapid melt coinciding with seasonal rains, or tectonic activity, earthquake-triggered dam failures upstream, releasing reservoir water in catastrophic pulses, or both, compounding into a flood event beyond normal experience. Whatever the mechanism, the result was civilizational disruption on a massive scale. The cities named in the King list as pre-flood centers, Eridu, Bad Tabaira, Lirak, Sippar, Shuruppak, all show evidence of catastrophic flooding in their archaeological records. Not all at exactly the same moment, but within a window of time narrow enough that cultural memory could have conflated them into a single event. The flood. The flood that swept over. The flood that ended the age of the long-reigned kings. The flood after which kingship had to be lowered from heaven again, because the old order had been washed away. But here is where the archaeological record and the textual record diverge in a way that creates interpretive tension. The cities that flooded were not primitive. The material culture buried beneath the silt layers shows urban sophistication. Cylinder seals with elaborate mythological scenes, administrative tablets recording complex economic transactions, monumental architecture, advanced pottery technology. These were not villages learning to farm. These were developed urban centers with specialized craft production, long-distance trade networks, hierarchical social organization, and centralized administrative control. And the cities that rose above the flood were not starting from zero. They rebuilt quickly, at least in archaeological terms. The pottery changed styles but not manufacturing technique. The architecture evolved forms but maintained structural principles. The script developed but preserved its core logographic and syllabic elements. Most strikingly, the administrative systems continued. The base 60 mathematics did not have to be reinvented. The irrigation engineering did not have to be re-derived. The astronomical knowledge did not have to be reobserved from scratch. This is the puzzle. If the flood was catastrophic enough to leave 8-foot silt deposits and force multi-century abandonments, how did the knowledge survive? People can drown, buildings can collapse, clay tablets can dissolve in water. How does a civilization lose its cities but retain its mathematics? The answer must involve preservation outside the flooded zone. Archives in higher elevations, perhaps, or in cities that escaped the worst flooding, or knowledge preserved in the memories of survivors, scribes, priests, engineers, who fled to safety and then returned when the waters receded, bringing with them the critical information needed to rebuild. Or deliberate archival strategies, with important tablets sealed in waterproof containers or relocated to safer storage before the disaster peaked. The Eridu Genesis text, a fragmentary Sumerian composition preserved in a copy from around 1600 BC, but clearly based on older sources, describes exactly this kind of deliberate preservation. The text, held at the University of Pennsylvania Museum, recounts the creation of humanity, the establishment of the first cities, and the decision by the gods to send a flood. Enlil decrees the destruction, but Enki, god of wisdom, opposes it. He cannot prevent the flood, the assembly of the gods has decided, but he can save a remnant. Enki goes to Ziusudra, described as a pious king, and warns him through a reed wall. The method is significant. Enki does not speak directly to Ziusudra, but addresses the wall, and Ziusudra overhears. This is plausible deniability. Enki is technically not violating the assembly's decree if he does not directly communicate with the human. The warning is given. Ziusudra is instructed to build a boat. The dimensions are specified. The purpose is stated. Preserve the seed of mankind. Not just preserve humans, but preserve the seed, the potential for continuation, the genetic and cultural material needed to restart civilization. The boat is not just a survival vessel. It is an archive, a preservation strategy. And when the flood comes, Ziusudra rides it out. 7 days and 7 nights, the text says, of storm and deluge. Then the sun reappears. The waters recede. Ziusudra makes offerings. And the gods, now apparently regretting the destruction, grant him immortality and place him in Dilmun, a paradisiacal land, to live eternally. This is the Sumerian version of the flood narrative that appears in multiple Mesopotamian traditions. The Akkadian version, told in the Atrahasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh, names the hero Utnapishtim. The Hebrew version, compiled much later, names him Noah, but the core structure is identical across all versions. Divine decision to flood, warning given to one righteous individual, boat construction, survival of a remnant, post-flood covenant. The details vary. The dimensions of the boat, the duration of the flood, the specific reasons for divine wrath, but the framework persists. What matters for our purposes is not the theological meaning, but the administrative function. In every version, the flood is not natural disaster, but policy decision. The gods decide to reduce the human population. The method is flood. But the decision is not absolute. A preservation clause is built in. One family, one boat, one archive of knowledge survives. The rest is reset. This is not how mythology typically handles apocalypse. Apocalyptic myths usually involve total destruction followed by recreation from nothing. The Norse Ragnarok ends with the world consumed by fire and flood, then a new world emerging. The Greek flood of Deucalion wipes out humanity. The new people are created from stones. But the Mesopotamian flood is surgical. It destroys the infrastructure. It kills most of the population. But it preserves the seed. It ensures continuity. Why would a mythological flood need to preserve continuity? If the gods can create humanity once, they can create it again. If they established civilization the first time, they can establish it again. But the Mesopotamian texts do not describe recreation, they describe restoration. After the flood, kingship is lowered from heaven again, not invented, not created, lowered, as if being returned to operation after a shutdown. The language suggests that the flood was not meant to erase civilization, but to reset it, to reduce population, eliminate corruption or noise or whatever motivated the divine decision, while preserving the core systems. This makes sense only if the systems themselves are valuable, difficult to replace, worth saving. If the irrigation mathematics took generations to develop, losing that knowledge would mean generations to redevelop it. Better to preserve it through the catastrophe, even if that means saving humans who might repopulate and create the same problems that motivated the flood in the first place. The text admits this. In the Atrahasis version, after the flood, the gods realize they miss the offerings humans provided. They need the humans. The labor force is gone. The temples are unattended. The fields are unplanted. So they allow Utnapishtim's family to survive and repopulate. But they impose conditions. Human lifespans will be limited. Infant mortality will be introduced. Some women will be barren. Population control mechanisms built into the biological system. The compromise allows civilization to continue while preventing the overpopulation that supposedly triggered the flood. This is policymaking. This is administrative adjustment. The flood was not irrational divine anger. It was planned population reduction. And the survival of the flood hero was not miraculous salvation, but planned preservation of essential personnel and knowledge. If we read the texts this way, as administrative records rather than religious allegory, the archaeological evidence begins to cohere. The flood was real. Multiple cities flooded catastrophically around 2900 BC. Some were abandoned for centuries. But knowledge survived because preservation was planned. Scribes in unaffected areas maintained the tablets. Survivors who fled carried the critical information. Perhaps Enki's warning to Ziusudra is not mythology, but historical memory of disaster warnings, of preparations, of deliberate archival efforts by those who saw the flood coming. Ancient Mesopotamians were not ignorant of hydrology. They lived in a floodplain. They built irrigation systems. They observed water levels, seasonal patterns, upstream conditions. They would have known if the snowpack was exceptional, if the rains were unusually heavy, if the river was rising beyond normal bounds. They would have had time to prepare, to move valuables, to relocate archives, to evacuate populations. Not everyone would have made it. The death toll would have been catastrophic, hence the mythological memory of near-total destruction. But the knowledge could have survived if the right people survived, and if they deliberately worked to preserve it. This brings us to Shurupak specifically. The city is important because it is the last pre-flood capital in the king list, because Ziusudra is connected to it, and because its archaeological record shows such a clear break. The pre-flood occupation at Shurupak includes the Jemdet Nasr period, roughly 3100 to 2900 BC, which is precisely when cuneiform writing emerges in its earliest recognizable form. Thousands of administrative tablets have been recovered from the pre-flood levels at Shurupak. They record grain distributions, labor assignments, animal counts. They use a script that is transitioning from pictographic to phonetic, from pure logography to syllabic representation. And then the flood. And then 300 years of abandonment. And then, when the city is reoccupied, the script has evolved. It is more abstract, more standardized, more sophisticated. How did it evolve across a 300-year gap when the city was uninhabited? The only answer is that the script continued to be used elsewhere. That scribes from Shuruppak, or trained in the Shuruppak tradition, survived the flood and continued their work in other cities. That the administrative procedures, the accounting methods, the writing system were preserved in the communities that escaped the worst flooding or recovered more quickly. And when Shuruppak was finally resettled, the scribes who returned brought the evolved script with them. This is exactly what the texts describe. Knowledge was preserved. The seat of civilization was maintained. And when the floodwaters receded, the work of restoration began. Not reinvention, restoration, rebuilding as it had been from ancient times, because ancient times now meant pre-flood. It meant the age before catastrophe. It meant the systems established when the Anunnaki still governed directly, when kingship first descended from heaven, when the templates were laid down. The restoration inscriptions take on new weight in this light. When Ur-Nammu says he rebuilt as it had been from ancient times, he is referencing pre-flood templates. When temple foundations claim to restore what was before, they mean before the disruption, before the reset, before the flood that separated the age of direct divine administration from the age of human maintenance. The flood is the hinge. Everything after is restoration. Everything before is the original, the authoritative, the model to be preserved. But restoration is never perfect. Details are lost. Proportions drift. Meanings become unclear. The post-flood scribes could copy the mathematical tablets, but did they understand the derivations? They could rebuild the temples, but did they grasp the astronomical significance of the orientations? They could maintain the irrigation systems, but did they know how to design new ones from first principles? The evidence suggests partial understanding. The Mesopotamians excelled at maintaining and refining inherited systems. They did not excel at fundamental innovation. For 3,000 years, the base 60 system remained unchanged. The temple architecture elaborated but did not transform. The irrigation principles were applied more widely but not reconceived. This is the behavior of inheritors, not inventors, of maintainers, not designers. And perhaps that was the Anunnaki's calculation. Perhaps the flood was not just population reduction, but knowledge filter. Preserve enough to continue, but not enough to threaten. Give humans the operational manuals, the me, but not the underlying theory. Train them to maintain, but not to transcend. And then withdraw, step back, let the system run on its own momentum, intervening only through indirect means, omens, dreams, occasional prophetic inspiration, but no longer direct governance. The texts support this reading. After the flood, divine intervention becomes less frequent, less direct, more mediated. The gods still speak, but through priests, through divination, through natural signs. They still guide, but at a distance. The Anunnaki specifically fade from active presence. They are invoked in oaths. They are referenced in god lists. But they are no longer described as digging canals or managing irrigation. They have withdrawn from operational duties entirely. This withdrawal is framed as intentional. In the Atrahasis epic, the gods withdraw because the work is now being done by humans. The labor problem is solved. The Anunnaki can retire to supervisory roles, but withdrawal has consequences. It creates distance, and distance creates opportunity for drift, for error, for the gradual degradation of knowledge. which is precisely what we see in the long arc of Mesopotamian history. The early post-flood period, early dynastic, Akkadian, Ur-III, shows high technical competence. The irrigation systems are maintained. The mathematics is applied correctly. The astronomy is accurate. But as centuries pass, the understanding becomes more rote, more procedural, less theoretical. By the first millennium BC, Mesopotamian scholars are copying ancient tablets not to advance knowledge, but to preserve it. They are archaeologists of their own tradition, digging into their archives, recovering old texts, trying to understand what their ancestors knew. Nabonidus, the last king of Babylon before the Persian conquest, exemplifies this. He excavated ancient temple foundations. He read old inscriptions. He restored buildings according to ancient specifications. But he was not innovating. He was preserving. He was fighting entropy. The knowledge was fading, and he knew it. So he dug into the past, literally and figuratively, trying to recover what was being lost. The irony is that by his time in the 6th century BC, the flood was already 2,000 years in the past. The original catastrophe was ancient history, but its effects persisted. The separation it created between the age of divine administration and the age of human maintenance could not be bridged. The Anunnaki were gone. The direct knowledge was gone. All that remained was the inheritance, the tablets, the temples, the mathematics, the procedures, and the imperative to preserve them exactly, because any deviation might be the one that causes the whole system to collapse. This is the anxiety that runs through Mesopotamian civilization, the fear of losing the inheritance, the need to copy, restore, maintain, the sense that they are custodians of something greater than themselves, something they did not create and cannot recreate, something that must be passed on intact to the next generation, or else all will be lost. The flood created this anxiety. It proved that catastrophe can happen, that continuity can be broken, that knowledge can be lost. The Anunnaki may have planned for preservation. Enki may have warned Ziusudra. The Me may have been saved, but the plan was not perfect. Much was lost, and what remained was precious, fragile, in need of constant care. So the post-flood Mesopotamians became archivists. They became curators. They built libraries like Ashurbanipal's at Nineveh, collecting every tablet they could find, preserving every tradition, recording every version. They trained scribes in the old languages even as those languages died out of daily use, because the old tablets were in those languages and had to be readable. They maintained the old gods in the pantheon even as religious practice evolved, because the old gods were connected to the old knowledge, and abandoning them might mean abandoning the knowledge too. This is not cultural conservatism in the sense of resistance to change. This is cultural preservation in the sense of protecting against loss, and the loss they were protecting against was the kind of loss the flood had already proven possible. Catastrophic, civilization-threatening, knowledge-destroying loss. The flood was the proof of concept. It demonstrated that everything could be swept away, that cities could be buried, that populations could be decimated, that the systems could fail. And it also demonstrated that survival was possible if, and only if, the knowledge was deliberately preserved, if the seed was protected, if the inheritance was maintained. So they maintained it. For 3,000 years after the flood, they maintained it. They copied the king list, preserving the memory of the pre-flood kings with their impossible reigns. They rebuilt the temples, following the ancient plans. They calculated with base 60, using the mathematics inherited from before. They watched the stars, recording observations in the old system. They invoked the Anunnaki in their oaths, acknowledging the source of their authority, even as that source faded into history. And they left us their records, the tablets, the inscriptions, the temple foundations with their dedicatory deposits, the flood layers in the archaeological strata, all of it pointing back to the catastrophe boundary, the moment when one age ended and another began, when direct administration became remote oversight, when the Anunnaki withdrew and humans inherited the work. The question that emerges is what exactly was inherited? Not just techniques or technologies, but something deeper, a framework, a system, a way of organizing reality that had been established in the pre-flood age and transmitted, incompletely but functionally, across the disaster. The next question is how that transmission occurred. What mechanisms allowed knowledge to survive when the cities that housed it were destroyed? The answer lies in the institutions, the scribal schools, the temple archives, the priesthoods, the mechanisms of knowledge transmission that the Mesopotamians developed precisely because they knew knowledge could be lost, because the flood had taught them that nothing is permanent, that catastrophe can interrupt, that without deliberate preservation, everything fades. But deliberate preservation requires knowing what to preserve. It requires understanding what is essential versus what is peripheral. It requires someone, some institution, some class of specialists to decide what gets copied, what gets taught, what gets transmitted to the next generation. And in Mesopotamia, those decisions were made by the scribes, the priests, the temple administrators, the ones who maintained the archives, the ones who trained the next generation, the ones who held the me. Which brings us back to the me, those transferable procedures, those operational principles, those pieces of sacred knowledge. After the flood, who held them? Who decided what would be preserved and what would be allowed to fade? The texts say the Anunnaki transferred the me to humans. But which humans, and how? The answer is in the teaching tradition, in the schools and temples where knowledge was systematically preserved and transmitted. In the professional class of scribes and priests who saw themselves not as innovators, but as preservers, as inheritors of the Anunnaki's administrative role, as the ones who maintained what the gods had established. And if we examine that teaching tradition, if we look at how Mesopotamian scribes learned their craft and what they were taught to preserve, we begin to see the inheritance mechanism. We begin to understand how knowledge crossed the catastrophe boundary, how the flood could destroy the cities but not destroy the civilization, how the Anunnaki could withdraw but their systems could persist. That mechanism is the next layer of the story, the deliberate preservation strategy, the institutional structures built to ensure continuity, the teaching lineages that connected post-flood scribes to pre-flood knowledge, the archives that claimed and may have actually possessed tablets from before the waters swept over. The teaching began with clay, fresh clay from the riverbank, kneaded until soft, pressed into flat rectangular tablets the size of a child's hand. The student, a boy, usually, from a wealthy family able to afford scribal education, would take his tablet and his reed stylus and begin to copy, not to compose, not to think, to copy, line by line, wedge by wedge, replicating the text set before him by his teacher. The Sumerian king list, the names of gods, mathematical tables, proverbs, legal formulas, everything that needed to be preserved. This is how knowledge crossed the catastrophe boundary, not through inspiration or rediscovery, but through methodical, institutional copying. The Mesopotamian Eduba, the tablet house, the scribal school, was not designed to produce original thinkers. It was designed to produce accurate replicators, students who could read the old texts and copy them exactly, who could maintain the archive, who could ensure that what was written in one generation would still be readable in the next. Archaeological evidence from Nippur, Ur, and other cities reveals the physical structure of these schools. Rooms arranged around courtyards, benches for students, storage areas for completed tablets. The curriculum can be reconstructed from surviving student exercises, thousands of them, preserved because they were baked or because they survived in dry conditions. The exercises show a progression. First, learning individual signs. Then, simple word lists. Then, complete sentences. Then, standard texts like the king list, multiplication tables, god lists, legal formulae. The most striking feature is the emphasis on Sumerian even after Sumerian ceased to be a living language. By the Old Babylonian period around 2000 BC, Akkadian had replaced Sumerian as the spoken language of southern Mesopotamia. But the scribal schools continued to teach Sumerian. They required students to master it. Why? Because the oldest and most important texts were in Sumerian. Because the operational procedures, the sacred knowledge, had been recorded in Sumerian. Because to lose the language was to lose access to the inheritance. So they taught it. Generation after generation, for over 1,000 years after Sumerian died as a spoken language, scribes learned to read and write it. They copied Sumerian literary texts. They translated Sumerian into Akkadian and vice versa, creating bilingual dictionaries and glossaries to ensure comprehension. They maintained the ability to engage with texts written 2,000 years earlier. This is not normal. Most cultures abandon dead languages, but Mesopotamian scribes could not afford to. The knowledge they were preserving was encoded in those languages. Losing the language meant losing the knowledge. The texts themselves reveal the anxiety about preservation. Colophons, scribal notes at the end of tablets, frequently include phrases like written according to the original or copied from an ancient tablet. These are not just citations. They are assurances of authenticity. The scribe is certifying that he has faithfully replicated an older source, that the knowledge being transmitted is accurate, that the chain of custody is intact. Sometimes the colophons specify how old the original was. Tablets from the library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, compiled in the 7th century BC, claim to be copies of texts from before the flood. Whether this is literally true, or whether before the flood had become a formulaic way of saying very ancient, is difficult to determine. But the formula itself is significant. It establishes the flood as the temporal boundary of ultimate antiquity. Anything from before the flood carries maximum authority. It is as close to the source as a later scribe can get. Ashurbanipal's library is itself a monument to the preservation imperative. Over 30,000 tablets, systematically collected, catalogued, stored in a purpose-built archive attached to the royal palace at Nineveh. Ashurbanipal, king of Assyria from 668 to 627 BC, was unusually literate for a monarch. He could read cuneiform. He understood the value of the texts, and he launched a deliberate campaign to gather copies of important tablets from temple libraries across Mesopotamia and bring them to Nineveh. His colophons are revealing. One reads, "I read tablets from before the flood, secret and difficult tablets, whose Sumerian is obscure and whose Akkadian is hard to clarify." This is not a king claiming magical knowledge. This is a scholar struggling with archaic texts in dead languages, trying to understand what his predecessors knew. The phrase, "from before the flood," appears multiple times in Ashurbanipal's inscriptions, always in this context. Difficult old texts containing important knowledge that must be preserved even if not fully understood. The library contained astronomy texts, the MUL Apin tablets, star catalogs listing constellations and their movements. It contained medical texts, diagnostic omens, prescriptions. It contained mathematical tables, multiplication, reciprocals, square roots. It contained literary texts, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis epic. It contained administrative god lists, ritual procedures, temple hymns. And it contained the Sumerian king list, the document that started this entire inquiry. When Layard excavated Nineveh in the 1840s and shipped these tablets to the British Museum, he was recovering not just artifacts, but an archive, a deliberate collection of knowledge, gathered 7 centuries before the Common Era, preserving texts that were already ancient when Ashurbanipal's scribes copied them. Some of those texts dated to the 3rd millennium BC. Some claimed origins even earlier. Whether before the flood was literal or symbolic, the chronological depth was real. Ashurbanipal was preserving knowledge that was, by his time, already 1,800 to 2,000 years old. Why? The standard explanation is royal prestige. Kings collected tablets like they collected tribute, to demonstrate power, wealth, cultural superiority. But Ashurbanipal's colophons suggest something more. He describes himself as reading these texts, studying them, trying to understand them. He built the library not just as a monument but as a working archive, a resource for scholars, a preservation strategy against loss. And he had reason to worry about loss. Empires rose and fell. Cities were destroyed in war. Libraries burned. Temples collapsed. The knowledge preserved in clay tablets was durable, more durable than papyrus or parchment, but still vulnerable. Water could dissolve unfired tablets. Fire could crack even baked ones. Deliberate destruction during conquest could scatter entire archives. The only defense against loss was redundancy, multiple copies in multiple locations, maintained by multiple institutions. This explains the pattern we see in the archaeological record. The Sumerian king list exists in multiple versions from different cities. The god lists appear in standardized form across dozens of sites. Mathematical tables are nearly identical whether found at Nippur, Uhur, or Uruk. The standardization is not accidental. It is institutional. The scribal schools were teaching the same texts, copying the same sources, maintaining the same knowledge across political and geographic boundaries. This institutional network functioned as a distributed archive. If one city's library was destroyed, the knowledge survived in another city. If one scribal lineage died out, another continued the tradition. The system was designed for resilience, for survival across catastrophe, and it worked. The knowledge transmitted from the 3rd millennium BC to the 1st millennium BC and beyond, across political collapses, foreign conquests, language shifts, religious transformations. But who designed this system? The texts give an answer that modern scholarship treats with skepticism, but that deserves examination. The Apkallu, the 7 sages, the ones who came before the flood and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Berossus, a Babylonian priest writing in Greek in the 3rd century BC, preserved a tradition about these figures. He describes them as fishmen, beings who emerged from the Persian Gulf and taught humans writing, mathematics, agriculture, law, temple building, city planning. 7 of them came before the flood. Their names are listed: Uana or Adapa, Uanduga, Enmeduga, Enmegalama, Enmebuluga, Anenlilda, Utwabzu. After the flood, the tradition continues. Human sages, Umanu, replaced the Apkallu, but they were considered inferior, mortal, unable to access the same depth of knowledge. This tradition is not unique to Berossus. Sumerian and Akkadian texts reference the Apkallu as well. They appear in incantations as protective spirits. They appear in royal inscriptions as the original teachers of kingship. They appear in temple art. Reliefs from Assyrian palaces show winged, fish-tailed beings flanking doorways, identified by accompanying inscriptions as Apkallu. The iconography is consistent across centuries: human upper body, fish lower body, or sometimes fully human but wearing fish skin garments. The fish imagery connects them to Enki, god of fresh water and wisdom, who is also associated with fish symbolism. The Apkallu are described in ritual texts as having brought the Mi from the Abzu, the underground freshwater ocean where Enki dwells, and given them to humanity. This is the transfer mechanism. The Mi, those operational procedures, those pieces of sacred knowledge, did not originate with humans. They were taught by the Apkallu, by the 7 sages who came before the flood. Modern scholarship interprets this as myth. The Apkallu are culture heroes, symbolic figures representing the dawn of civilization, not historical individuals. And perhaps that is correct. But the function they serve in the texts is specific. They are the link between divine knowledge and human application. They are the teachers, the trainers, the ones who transferred the inheritance, and notably, after the flood, they are replaced by human sages, the Umanu, actual historical figures in some cases, court scholars, scribes, advisors to kings. The Umanu are described as successors to the Apkallu, carrying on the teaching tradition but without the same divine origin or authority. This is succession planning. This is institutional continuity. The pre-flood sages taught. The post-flood sages continue teaching. The knowledge persists across the catastrophe because the teaching role persists. The scribal schools embody this continuity. The teachers in the Aduba were called Umiya, experts, masters. They taught students who would become the next generation of Umiya. The curriculum they taught was standardized, drawn from the same ancient sources, copied with the same care. This is how knowledge systems survive across generations. through formalized education, institutional transmission, professional standards that prioritize accurate replication over individual innovation. And what they were transmitting was not trivial. The astronomical knowledge alone represents centuries of observation. The MUL Apin tablets list 33 constellations along the ecliptic, the path the sun follows across the sky over the course of a year. They describe the heliacal rising of stars, the moment when a star becomes visible on the eastern horizon just before sunrise. They calculate the length of daylight and night at different times of year. They predict planetary movements. This knowledge requires multi-generational observation. A single astronomer living 70 years might observe one complete cycle of Saturn, approximately 30 years, and 2 cycles of Jupiter, approximately 12 years each. But tracking the full pattern of planetary movements, understanding the precession of equinoxes, calculating the subtle variations in lunar cycles, this requires data spanning centuries. How did Mesopotamian astronomers accumulate this data? The answer must be institutional memory. Observations recorded on tablets, stored in temple archives, passed down through scribal lineages. Each generation adding new observations to the accumulated dataset, refining calculations, improving predictions. The Venus tablet of Ammisaduqa, dating to the 17th century BC, records precise observations of Venus appearances and disappearances over a 21-year period. Modern astronomers have used this data to retroactively calculate dates in the Mesopotamian chronology, verifying the accuracy of the ancient observations to within days. But the Venus tablet is itself a copy of earlier observations, part of a longer tradition. The astronomical knowledge it represents did not begin in the 17th century BC. It was already mature by then, already integrated into the calendar system, already used for astrological prediction. Which means the observations must have started centuries earlier. Perhaps in the early dynastic period, in the 3rd millennium BC, perhaps even earlier. And if the observations started before the flood, if pre-flood astronomers were recording celestial data, then the flood would have threatened that accumulation, unless the tablets were preserved, unless the knowledge was deliberately carried across the catastrophe, unless someone played the role of Enki, warning the scribes, ensuring the astronomical archives were protected when the waters came. The texts describe exactly this. Enki warns Ziusudra. Ziusudra builds a boat. The boat preserves the seed of mankind, and that seed includes knowledge. The boat is an archive, not just a survival vessel, but a repository of everything needed to rebuild civilization. The me, the tablets, the procedures, the formulas. This is not far-fetched when you consider the practicality of Mesopotamian record-keeping. Clay tablets are heavy but durable. They can be loaded on boats. They can survive water exposure if properly baked or dried. A boat large enough to carry a family and livestock could certainly carry a library of essential tablets. And if you knew a catastrophic flood was coming, if you had time to prepare, bringing the most important texts would be an obvious priority. So the astronomical knowledge survives. The mathematical tables survive. The god lists, the legal formulas, the temple procedures, all of it survives because it was deliberately preserved. And after the flood, when the cities are rebuilt, the scribal schools resume. The Umanu take up the teaching role the Apkallu once held, They train new scribes in the old knowledge. They copy the tablets that survived the disaster. They maintain the inheritance. But maintaining is not the same as understanding. This is where the distinction between the Apkallu and the Umanu becomes significant. The tradition holds that the Apkallu possessed knowledge directly, from the gods, from the Abzu, from the source. The Umanu possess knowledge through transmission, through copying, through education. They know what the texts say. But do they know why? Consider the base 60 mathematical system. By the time we have written records of it around 3200 BC, it is already functional. Scribes use it to calculate areas, volumes, compound interest, square roots. But do the scribes understand why base 60 was chosen? Do they know the mathematical properties that make it optimal for the kinds of calculations Mesopotamians needed to perform? Or are they simply applying procedures they were taught, formulas that work, but whose derivation is lost? The evidence suggests the latter. Mesopotamian mathematical texts are procedural, not theoretical. They do not explain why a formula works. They demonstrate how to use it. To find the area of a field, multiply length by width. To calculate interest, multiply principal by rate by time, then divide by 12. These are recipes. You follow the steps, you get the result. But the underlying mathematics, the proofs, the derivations, the principles, are absent. This is the knowledge pattern of inheritors, not inventors. The Greeks, when they developed mathematics centuries later, were obsessed with proof. Euclid's Elements is all proofs, demonstrations of why geometric relationships hold, not just that they hold. But Mesopotamian mathematics never took that form. It remained procedural, practical, applied, which suggests that procedures were inherited from predecessors who understood the theory. But the post-flood scribes received only the applications. The same pattern appears in medicine. Mesopotamian medical texts list symptoms and treatments. If a man has pain in his head, grind together seeds of X and Y, dissolve in beer, let him drink. They do not explain the pharmacology. They do not describe the mechanism of action. They record what works based on accumulated experience, but without theoretical framework. This does not mean Mesopotamian scribes were stupid or incurious. It means they saw their role as preservation, not innovation. Their job was to maintain the knowledge, not to advance it. And that makes perfect sense if they understood themselves as inheritors of knowledge from the Apkallu, from before the flood, from a time when the divine administrators still governed directly and could explain the principles behind the procedures. After the flood, the explanations were gone. The Anunnaki had withdrawn. The Apkallu were replaced by human Umanu. All that remained were the texts, the procedures, the formulas, the instructions. So the scribes copied them, taught them, applied them. They preserved the inheritance as best they could, but they could not recreate what was lost. This explains the Mesopotamian obsession with ancient sources. Why Ashurbanipal searched for tablets from before the flood. Why temple restorations claimed to follow ancient plans. Why the king list preserved impossible reign lengths alongside historical ones. The ancient sources had authority because they were closer to the source. They represented knowledge before it was filtered through human limitation, before it was degraded by imperfect transmission, before the catastrophe that severed direct access. The teaching tradition, then, was a damage control operation. The flood had caused knowledge loss. The Anunnaki withdrawal had caused further loss. But by institutionalizing education, by creating scribal schools, by standardizing curricula, by emphasizing accurate copying over creative interpretation, the post-flood Mesopotamians minimized ongoing loss. They created a stable transmission system that could preserve knowledge across generations even without full comprehension of that knowledge. And it worked. For 3,000 years, it worked. The mathematical tables were copied and remained accurate. The astronomical observations were maintained and improved incrementally. The legal formulas were preserved and applied. The temple procedures were followed. The irrigation systems were maintained. Civilization continued. But the cost was innovation. Or rather, the focus on preservation meant that innovation was secondary, suspect, potentially dangerous. If you are maintaining a system you do not fully understand, changing it risks breaking it. Better to copy exactly, restore precisely, maintain rigorously. Better to be conservative than creative. This is the inheritance mechanism. Not genetic transmission, but institutional transmission. Not biological memory, but textual memory. Not individual genius, but collective preservation. The knowledge crossed the catastrophe boundary in tablets, in teaching lineages, in scribal schools, in temple archives. It crossed because the Mesopotamians built systems designed specifically to ensure crossing, and those systems were modeled, consciously or not, on what they believed had come before. The Apkallu taught, so humans established schools. The Anunnaki administered, so humans created bureaucracies. The gods held assembly, so cities created councils. The divine realm had hierarchy, so earthly administration had hierarchy. The pattern was replication. The model was inheritance. The goal was continuity. But continuity with what? With the age before the flood. With the time when kingship first descended. With the era of direct divine governance. The Mesopotamians looked backward because backward was where the authority lay. The future was uncertain. The present was maintenance. But the past, the ancient past, the time of the Anunnaki, the age before catastrophe, that was the template, the standard, the ideal to be preserved. And in their backward looking, they left us a forward question. If everything they built was restoration, what was being restored? If all their knowledge was inheritance, what was being inherited? The texts say, the me, the procedures, the sacred knowledge given by the gods through the Apkallu to humanity. The archaeology says, sophisticated systems appearing early and persisting with minimal change across millennia. Both point to the same conclusion. Mesopotamian civilization was, in its own understanding and in the material evidence, a successor civilization. It came after something else. It preserved what that something else had established. It maintained, refined, elaborated, but it did not originate. Whether the something else was literally the Anunnaki governing from heaven, or a predecessor culture lost to the flood, or simply an earlier developmental phase now lost to the archaeological record, the inheritance pattern is clear. The post-flood Mesopotamians received knowledge. They did not invent it from scratch. And they knew this. They recorded it. They built their entire educational and administrative system around preserving what they received. The teaching tradition was how they preserved it. The scribal schools, the temple archives, the standardized texts, the emphasis on accurate copying, the veneration of ancient sources, all of it was infrastructure for inheritance, for ensuring that what the Apkallu taught would still be known when the last Umanu put down his stylus and the tablets were finally, inevitably, buried in the ruins of the last library. Some of those tablets survived. We read them now. We decipher the wedge marks. We reconstruct the knowledge. And we find that even across 4,000 years, across the death of languages and collapse of empires, across the complete transformation of the world the tablets described, the inheritance persists. We still use base 60 for time and angles. We still reference Mesopotamian astronomy in our star names. We still study the laws of Hammurabi, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the king list with its impossible numbers. The Mesopotamians succeeded. They preserved the inheritance. It crossed the catastrophe of the flood, the catastrophe of their civilization's end, even the catastrophe of being forgotten for 2 millennia. And now, reading their teaching texts, their preservation protocols, their anxious insistence on copying exactly what came before, we can see what they saw. A chain of transmission stretching back to a source they called heaven, continue 7:28, am taught by beings they called Apkallu, administered by gods they called Anunnaki. Whether we believe their description of the source is irrelevant to recognizing the inheritance. The knowledge was real. The transmission was real. The preservation effort was real. And the anxiety that motivated that effort, the fear of loss, the awareness of fragility, the knowledge that catastrophe could sever continuity, that was real too. They had lived through the flood. They knew what could be lost, and they were determined not to lose it again. So they taught, they copied, they preserved. They built institutions designed to outlast individuals, designed to transmit knowledge across generations, designed to maintain the inheritance no matter what. But inheritance is not just about what you preserve. It is also about what you lose. And what the Mesopotamians lost, or never fully possessed, was the direct presence of the administrators. The Anunnaki withdrew. The Apkallu were replaced. The source became distant, mediated, eventually silent. That withdrawal is the next question. Not just what happened at the flood, but what happened after. Not just how knowledge was preserved, but why it needed to be preserved at all, why the gods stepped back, why direct governance became distant oversight, became eventual absence, why the inheritance was necessary in the first place. The texts have an answer, but it is an uncomfortable answer, because it suggests that the withdrawal was deliberate, that the Anunnaki chose to step back, that humanity was given the inheritance not because it had earned it, but because the administrators were leaving, and in that leaving, a relationship changed. A contract was renegotiated. A responsibility was transferred. The question is why, and to answer that requires looking at what the texts say happened after the flood, after the teaching, after the inheritance was transmitted. What they say about divine-human relations in the post-catastrophe world, about the increasing distance, about the protocols of withdrawal. The change was gradual, so gradual that no single generation would have noticed it happening. But across centuries, across the textual record, the pattern is unmistakable. The gods were fading, not vanishing, not abandoning their temples, not ceasing to exist in the belief system. but fading from active governance into distant observation, from direct intervention into mediated communication, from physical presence into symbolic authority. In the earliest post-flood texts, early dynastic inscriptions from around 2900 to 2350 BC, kings describe themselves in language that implies intimate divine contact. Eannatum of Lagash, ruling around 2450 BC, claims that Inanna grasped him by the hand, and Enlil gave him the kingship. The language is physical, immediate. The gods touch. They hand over objects. They speak directly. Ur-Nanshe of Lagash says he was suckled by Ninhursag, the mother goddess. Whether this is literal or metaphorical, the claim is one of direct bodily contact, of physical proximity to the divine. By the Akkadian period, 2350 to 2150 BC, the language shifts. Sargon of Akkad, the empire builder who united Mesopotamia, claims that the goddess Ishtar, Akkadian Inanna, loves him. Still personal, still intimate, but the physical contact is gone. Naram-Sin, Sargon's grandson, takes it further. He deifies himself, claims to be a god rather than claiming special relationship with gods. This is compensation. When the gods become distant, the king closes the gap by elevating himself. By the Old Babylonian period, 2000 to 1600 BC, divine interaction becomes even more mediated. Hammurabi, king of Babylon around 1750 BC, begins his famous law code with a prologue, describing how the gods Anu and Enlil named him by name to establish justice. The gods name him. They do not touch him, feed him, grasp his hand. They designate him. The relationship is formal, official, distant, and the laws themselves, all 282 of them, Hammurabi attributes to his own wisdom, not to direct divine instruction. The gods approve, they witness, but they do not legislate. This is administrative devolution. Authority transferring from divine to human, from direct to delegated. The pattern continues through the later periods. By the first millennium BC, Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian kings invoke the gods ritually, in standardized formulas, but their inscriptions emphasize human achievement, military conquests, building projects, administrative reforms. The gods bless these activities, but the activities originate with human initiative. The divine withdrawal is not theological accident. It follows a pattern that resembles organizational restructuring. When the Anunnaki were operational, digging canals, managing irrigation, maintaining the infrastructure, humans were labor. Then, after the catastrophe, after the teaching by the Apkallu, humans became operational, and the Anunnaki became supervisory. The early dynastic texts reflect this. Gods are still hands-on, still intervening, but through chosen human agents rather than directly. Then the supervisory role becomes consultative. Gods are asked for guidance through divination, oracles, dreams. Finally, the consultative role becomes ceremonial. Gods are invoked, honored, offered sacrifices, but no longer expected to respond with specific directives. This is exactly how human organizations handle transition when senior management retires. First, close oversight with frequent intervention. Then, periodic check-ins and guidance when requested. Then, emeritus status, honored, respected, consulted on major decisions, but not involved in daily operations. Finally, memorial, remembered, venerated, but understood to be no longer active. The Mesopotamian temple architecture reflects this progression. Early temples, like Temple 1 at Eridu from 5000 BC, are small, intimate spaces. A single room with an altar, direct access. By the Uruk period around 3500 to 3100 BC, temples become larger but still relatively accessible. The White Temple at Uruk sits atop a platform, but the design implies the god still occupies the space, still resides there in some sense. But as time progresses, temples become more elaborate and more restrictive. Multiple courtyards create barriers between the public spaces and the inner sanctum. The cella, the god's private chamber, becomes increasingly inaccessible. Rituals that once might have involved direct worship in the god's presence become mediated through priests. Offerings are presented not to the god directly, but to the god's statue handled by authorized personnel, according to specific protocols at specific times. The ziggurat exemplifies this. The stepped pyramid with a temple at the top, accessible only by climbing the long stairway, entering restricted spaces, passing through guarded thresholds. The ziggurat creates physical distance between earth and heaven, and that distance is intentional. The design says the divine realm is above, separate, not easily accessed. You must ascend. You must be authorized. You must follow procedures. This is architectural representation of theological distance, and it increases over time. Early ziggurats are relatively modest. Later ones, like the Etemenanki at Babylon, the tower identified with the biblical Tower of Babel, are massive, overwhelming, designed to emphasize the separation between human and divine realms. The tower rises 300 feet, 7 platforms, each smaller than the one below. The shrine at the top is small, exclusive, rarely accessed. Most worshippers never enter it. They worship from below, from the courtyards, from the city streets, looking up at the structure that symbolizes the distance they cannot cross. Why build this distance? If the gods are beneficial, if their presence is desired, why create barriers? The standard explanation is that holiness requires separation, that the sacred must be protected from contamination by the profane. But another explanation fits the evidence better. The barriers compensate for absence. When the gods were present, barriers were unnecessary. When the gods withdrew, barriers preserved the fiction of presence by explaining why direct contact was impossible, not because the gods were absent, but because they were too holy, too elevated, too separate for casual access. The shift in royal legitimacy follows the same pattern. Early, kings claimed appointment by the gods as individuals. This specific god chose me, touched me, empowered me. Later, kings claimed divine descent. My dynasty was established by the gods generations ago, and I inherit their blessing. Still later, kings claimed divine approval. I performed the proper rituals, consulted the omens, received confirmation that the gods accept my rule. Finally, kings claimed success as evidence of divine favor. I have conquered. Therefore, the gods must support me. Each step is a retreat from direct divine agency. Each step places more responsibility on human initiative and less on divine intervention. By the Neo-Assyrian period in the 8th and 7th centuries BC, kings like Sennacherib and Ashurbanipal describe their military campaigns in purely military terms: strategy, logistics, battlefield tactics. The gods are invoked at the beginning and end of inscriptions, thanked for victory. But the narrative of how victory was achieved is entirely human. The gods have become ceremonial participants in human projects, not active agents directing those projects. And yet, the gods were not forgotten. The temples continued to function. Sacrifices were offered. Festivals were celebrated. The entire economic infrastructure of Mesopotamian cities was organized around temple worship. Huge percentages of agricultural production went to temple offerings. Priestly classes maintained elaborate ritual calendars. The gods remained central to Mesopotamian culture even as they faded from active governance. This is the paradox of withdrawal. The gods became more important symbolically as they became less important operationally. The more distant they became, the more elaborate the mechanisms for communicating with them. Which brings us to the explosion of omen literature. The earliest omen texts are simple. Liver divination, examining the liver of a sacrificed animal and interpreting irregularities as divine messages, appears in the 3rd millennium BC. The logic is straightforward. The gods control nature, including the internal organs of animals. Abnormalities in the liver are not random, but messages. A trained diviner can decode these messages. Early omen texts list a few dozen possibilities. If the liver has a split on the right side, the king will defeat his enemies. Basic binary predictions. By the Old Babylonian period, omen texts have multiplied exponentially. The series Barutu, the Diviner's Manual, eventually comprises 100 tablets listing thousands of omens. Every imaginable variation in liver shape, color, texture is catalogued with its corresponding prediction. Birth omens, celestial omens, behavioral omens, entire series of tablets devoted to interpreting what it means if a dog enters a temple, if a snake crosses from left to right, if thunder sounds on a particular day. This is not religious development. This is compensatory elaboration. As direct divine communication decreases, indirect communication must increase to fill the gap. If the gods no longer speak to kings in dreams or through prophets, they must speak through natural signs. And if they speak through natural signs, those signs must be systematically catalogued, interpreted, transmitted. The omen literature is an attempt to maintain communication with divine authorities who have stopped communicating directly. The diviner becomes essential. He is the translator, the interface between human and divine. He reads the signs the gods leave in nature and converts them into actionable intelligence. Should the king go to war? Is this an auspicious time to build a temple? Will the harvest be good? These are the questions direct divine communication once answered. Now they require specialists with access to vast libraries of omen precedents. The Assyrian king Esarhaddon, ruling in the 7th century BC, consulted diviners obsessively. Before any major decision, omens were taken. Multiple diviners were employed to ensure accuracy. If the omens were unfavorable, the action was postponed or canceled. The gods were no longer issuing direct commands, but their will could still be discerned through proper procedures. The withdrawal was not complete, just distant, mediated, requiring expertise to bridge. But even this mediated communication was not always clear, which leads to the theodicy problem, the question of why bad things happen to good people if the gods are just and present. The text, Ludlul Bel Nemeki, I will praise the Lord of wisdom, composed around 1000 BC, gives voice to this anxiety. The protagonist is a righteous man who suffers terribly: disease, social ostracism, poverty, abandonment by friends and family. He has done nothing wrong. He has followed all the rituals, made all the offerings, obeyed all the divine commands, yet he suffers. His complaint is not that the gods do not exist, but that they have abandoned him. "My God has forsaken me," he says. "My goddess has failed me." The language is that of broken relationship, of withdrawal. He expected the gods to be present, active, protective. Instead, they are silent. He suffers, and they do not intervene. Eventually, the god Marduk does intervene. The man is healed, restored to prosperity and social status. The text ends with praise for Marduk's mercy, but the resolution does not erase the problem the text poses. The gods can withdraw. They can leave humans to suffer without explanation. Their presence is not guaranteed. Their intervention is not automatic. Relationship with the divine is fragile, contingent, subject to mysterious divine decisions. The Babylonian Theodicy, another wisdom text from roughly the same period, goes further. It is a dialogue between a sufferer and his friend. The sufferer argues that the righteous suffer while the wicked prosper, which contradicts the claim that the gods are just. The friend offers traditional explanations. Human understanding is limited. Divine plans are inscrutable. Suffering is punishment for unknown sins. But the sufferer rejects these explanations. He has been righteous. He has suffered anyway. The gods are either unjust or absent. The dialogue ends without resolution. The problem remains open. These are not the texts of a culture experiencing active divine governance. These are texts grappling with divine distance, divine silence, divine withdrawal. And the withdrawal creates theological crisis. If the gods are present and active, why do they allow injustice? If they are not present and active, what is the point of worship? The texts struggle with this. They maintain belief in the gods' existence and ultimate justice, but they acknowledge the gap between belief and experience. The gods should be here. They are not. Why? The substitute king ritual offers one answer, though an uncomfortable one. The ritual, documented from the 2nd and 1st millennia BC, was performed when omens predicted the death of the king. If multiple omen sequences pointed to royal demise within a specific time frame, the threat was considered real. But it could be evaded through a procedural loophole. A substitute, usually a prisoner or condemned criminal, would be dressed in royal regalia, seated on the throne, treated as king for the duration of the omen-predicted danger period. Meanwhile, the real king would go into hiding, live in obscurity, avoid public activity. When the danger period passed, typically 100 days, the substitute would be killed, fulfilling the omen's prediction. The real king would then resume his throne, the threat having been satisfied. This ritual reveals something strange about Mesopotamian theology. The gods can be deceived, or at least they follow procedural rules that allow evasion. If the omen says the king will die, and someone called king dies, the omen is fulfilled even if the person is not actually the king. The gods do not exercise omniscience that penetrates the substitution. They operate according to protocols. If the protocols are followed correctly, the desired outcome can be achieved even if that outcome technically contradicts divine decree. This is not how omnipotent gods function. This is how administrators function. Rules can be followed to the letter while violating their spirit. Loopholes exist. Clever procedural maneuvering can achieve outcomes that seem forbidden. The substitute king ritual treats divine will not as absolute sovereignty, but as policy that can be navigated, negotiated, evaded if you know the procedures, which suggests that the Mesopotamians understood their gods not as omnipotent, but as powerful administrators working within systems. The Anunnaki, even in their divine capacity, operated according to rules. The Mi were not arbitrary. They were operational principles that even gods had to follow. The Tablet of Destinies conferred authority because authority required proper authorization. It was not inherent to divine nature, but granted through correct procedure. This administrative theology makes sense if the gods were once actually administrators. If the Anunnaki were a governing class that established procedures and then withdrew, leaving those procedures to function semi-autonomously, the procedures persist even after the administrators leave, and humans, inheriting the procedures, can learn to manipulate them, to find the loopholes, to achieve desired outcomes through technical compliance. But manipulation requires the administrators to be absent or at least inattentive, which is exactly what the withdrawal describes. The gods are no longer supervising closely. They issue general policies through omens, but do not micromanage implementation. They can be satisfied through ritual substitution because they are not personally present to verify that the ritual achieves its stated purpose. They have delegated to such an extent that delegation has become absence. The progression is clear in the historical record. 3rd millennium BC. Gods actively involved. Touching kings, speaking to priests, intervening in battles. 2nd millennium BC. Gods communicating through omens, requiring divination, responding to prayers but less predictably. 1st millennium BC. Gods increasingly distant, honored but not counted on for direct intervention, their will inferred from natural signs but never directly stated. By the time of the Neo-Babylonian Empire in the 6th century BC, kings like Nabonidus are conducting archaeology. He digs into ancient temple foundations, reads inscriptions from kings who ruled 1,000 years earlier, tries to reconstruct how temples were originally built. He is not receiving divine blueprints. He is excavating human records of divine instructions given long ago. The active revelation has stopped. All that remains is the archive. This is the final stage of withdrawal. The gods have retreated so far into the past that even their direct communications are now historical artifacts requiring excavation. Nabonidus seeks the ancient foundation not because Marduk tells him where it is, but because he has to find it himself, by digging, by reading old tablets, by reconstruction. The gods are still theoretically present. Nabonidus performs rituals, makes offerings, invokes divine names. But the practical reality is that he is working from historical records, not current guidance. The relationship has become memorial. The gods are remembered as having been active in the past. They established the systems. They taught humanity through the Apkallu. They supervised the early post-flood kings. But that was then. Now, humans maintain what was given. They follow the procedures. They consult the archives. They preserve the inheritance, but they do so increasingly on their own, with the gods as distant witnesses rather than active participants. Why did the gods withdraw? The texts offer no single answer. In the Atrahasis epic, the gods withdraw operational responsibility because humans can now perform the work. In theodicy texts, the withdrawal is mysterious, unexplained, a source of complaint. In omen literature, the withdrawal is implicit. If the gods spoke directly, omens would be unnecessary. In ritual texts, the withdrawal creates the need for elaborate procedures to bridge increasing distance. But across all these texts, a pattern. The withdrawal was progressive, deliberate, and final. The gods did not disappear suddenly. They faded gradually, retreating through stages, physical presence, to direct communication, to mediated communication, to omen, interpretation, to archaeological recovery of past communications. Each stage represents further distance, further delegation, further human autonomy. And with that autonomy came anxiety, because autonomy, without full understanding, is precarious. The Mesopotamians could operate the systems they inherited, but they did not fully understand those systems. They could not recreate them if they failed. So they preserved them obsessively, followed procedures exactly, consulted ancient sources constantly. They treated the inheritance as fragile because they knew it was fragile. They had seen catastrophe break continuity once, at the flood. They lived with the knowledge that it could happen again. The divine withdrawal intensified this anxiety. When the gods were present, they could correct errors, provide new instructions, intervene when systems failed. After the withdrawal, humans were on their own. If the irrigation mathematics stopped working, there was no Enki to consult. If the calendar drifted out of alignment with the seasons, there was no divine astronomer to correct it. The systems had to be maintained perfectly, because there was no backup, no higher authority to appeal to, no rescue if failure occurred. This explains the Mesopotamian resistance to innovation. Innovation is risky when you are maintaining inherited systems you do not fully understand. Changing variables might break dependencies you do not know exist. Better to preserve exactly, restore precisely, maintain rigorously. Better to be conservative than creative. But it also explains the eventual decline. Systems designed for specific conditions become maladaptive when conditions change. The irrigation networks that worked brilliantly in 3000 BC salinized the soil by 1500 BC, reducing agricultural productivity. The political structures designed for city-states could not scale to empire management without modification. The astronomical calculations optimized for Mesopotamian latitudes were less accurate when applied in different regions. Inherited systems work until they don't, and when they stop working, inheritors without full understanding cannot fix them. They can only try to restore what was before, hope that exact replication will restore function. But if the problem is environmental change or scale shift or some other variable the original designers did not account for, restoration will not solve it. The system will fail. This is what happened to Mesopotamian civilization across the long arc of its history. It maintained brilliantly for 3,000 years, but it could not adapt fundamentally. When the empires fell, when the languages died, when the cities were abandoned, the knowledge died with them. Because it was inherited knowledge, preserved but not fully internalized, maintained but not mastered. The divine withdrawal was complete by then. The Anunnaki were ancient history. The Apkallu were myth. Even the memory of direct divine governance was fading. All that remained were the tablets, buried in the ruins, waiting for archaeologists to excavate them and try to understand what they recorded. and what they recorded was a civilization that understood itself as inheritor, that saw its role as maintaining what was given, preserving what was taught, restoring what was before, that built elaborate systems for knowledge transmission across generations because it knew knowledge could be lost, that created institutional archives, scribal schools, temple libraries because it understood that without these institutions, the inheritance would fade. The tablets are the evidence. They are the archive. They are the preserved inheritance. And reading them now, across 4,000 years, we see both the success and the limit of preservation. The knowledge survived. We can read the astronomical observations, apply the mathematical formulas, study the legal concepts. But the full understanding, the why behind the what, the principles behind the procedures, that did not survive, because it was never fully transmitted, because the Apkallu taught applications but not theory, because the Me were operations, not explanations. The Mesopotamians lived with this gap. They maintained systems whose full logic they did not grasp. They followed procedures whose derivations they did not know. They consulted gods who no longer answered. And they did this successfully for 3,000 years, which is extraordinary. But eventually, the gap became unbridgeable. The withdrawal became absence. The inheritance became archaeology. But the inheritance did not disappear. It transformed. It persisted in unexpected ways. In the systems Mesopotamians built not just for themselves, but for civilization itself. In the infrastructure of urban life, of administrative organization, of knowledge preservation. In the very concept that knowledge can be inherited, transmitted, preserved across catastrophe. That infrastructure is the final layer, not the knowledge itself, but the frameworks for knowledge. Not the specific me, but the idea that essential procedures can be identified, recorded, transmitted. Not the Anunnaki's direct governance, but the administrative structures they supposedly established and humans learned to operate. The inheritance was not just content, it was structure, and structure persists even when content changes. The water came first, not philosophically, but practically. Before cities, before temples, before writing, water. Southern Mesopotamia is desert without irrigation. Annual rainfall averages less than 6 inches, concentrated in winter months. The Tigris and Euphrates flood in spring, fed by snowmelt from distant mountains. But the floods are unreliable, sometimes catastrophic, sometimes insufficient. Natural agriculture is marginal at best. Civilization requires intervention. It requires channels to capture floodwater, basins to store it, distribution networks to deliver it to fields when needed. It requires hydraulic engineering. The earliest agricultural settlements in Mesopotamia, dating to around 6000 BC in the Ubaid period, show simple irrigation, small canals diverting water from rivers to nearby fields. But by the Uruk period, 4000 to 3100 BC, the system has transformed. Archaeological surveys mapping ancient canal traces reveal networks extending dozens of miles, connecting multiple settlements, integrating upstream diversions with downstream distribution. This is not local adaptation. This is regional planning. The canals follow precise gradients. Too steep, and water erodes the channel. Too shallow, and sediment accumulates. Choking flow. The optimal gradient for Mesopotamian conditions, given soil type, water volume, seasonal variation, is approximately 1 foot of drop per mile of channel length. Maintaining this gradient across long distances requires surveying, calculation, continuous adjustment as channels shift and sediment deposits. The mathematics is base 60. Land area measured in IKU, roughly 3,600 square meters. Note the 3,600, the SIR, the cosmic cycle number. Channel dimensions measured in Nindan, rods, and cubits. Water volume calculated using standardized units. The system appears fully functional in the earliest written records around 3200 BC. No development phase is visible in the textual record. By the time scribes are recording irrigation data, they are already using sophisticated formulas for calculating field size, water allocation, labor requirements. Where did the formulas come from? The standard answer is gradual development through trial and error, across centuries of practice. Farmers experiment, observe results, refine techniques. Eventually, best practices emerge and get codified. But this answer struggles against the archaeological evidence. The complex irrigation networks appear suddenly, in the Uruk period, coinciding with the emergence of cities, monumental architecture, administrative bureaucracy, and writing. All at once, all sophisticated, all integrated. The alternative is that the knowledge was not developed during the Uruk period but applied during the Uruk period, that the formulas, the surveying techniques, the engineering principles were already known, already refined, already standardized, and when the cities were built or rebuilt after the flood, the irrigation systems were laid out according to existing templates, not invented. Restored. The post-flood rebuilding supports this. Cities like Ur and Uruk show irrigation channels, following routes that make sense only if you know the prior topography. Channels curve around areas where earlier channels silted up or shifted course. Distribution nodes appear in locations that optimize coverage based on field patterns that no longer exist in the earliest excavated levels, but would have existed if the system was older than the visible archaeology. It is like following a road that makes detours around buildings that are no longer there. The road preserves memory of a landscape that has changed. The Mesopotamian irrigation system preserves memory of hydraulic infrastructure older than the cities we can excavate. How much older is impossible to determine, but the system's sophistication at its first appearance in the record suggests it was not new. It was restored, expanded, maintained, but designed earlier, and maintained is the key word. For 3,000 years, the same basic canal routes were used, cleaned, repaired, occasionally rerouted when absolutely necessary, but generally following the same network pattern established in the Uruk period or earlier. Maintenance was constant: silt removal, bank reinforcement, gate repair, and required organized labor on a massive scale. Cuneiform texts from all periods include work rosters for canal maintenance crews. This was not optional labor. This was the foundation of survival. Without the canals, no water. Without water, no crops. Without crops, no city. The irrigation system was the infrastructure everything else depended on. And it was inherited. Not in the sense that each generation inherited it from the previous generation, though that is also true, but in the deeper sense that the system as a whole was received from predecessors whose engineering knowledge exceeded what later generations fully understood. The Mesopotamians could maintain the system. Could they have designed it from scratch? The evidence suggests no. Because when they tried to expand the system significantly, When they tried to build new major canals rather than maintaining old ones, the projects often failed. Salinization, silting, gradient errors. The extensions did not work as well as the inherited core. This is the pattern of inheritors. Maintain brilliantly, extend adequately, innovate poorly. The knowledge required to maintain a system is less than the knowledge required to design it. You can follow maintenance procedures without understanding design principles. You can repair what breaks without grasping why it worked when intact. The Mesopotamians maintained the irrigation system for 3 millennia, but the system they maintained was not their invention. It was their inheritance. The legal system follows the same pattern. The Code of Ur-Nammu, dated to approximately 2100 BC, is the oldest surviving law code, but it does not read like a first attempt at codified law. It is sophisticated, covering property rights, personal injury, slavery, marriage, inheritance, false accusation. The laws distinguish between free persons, dependent workers, and slaves, 3-tier social stratification already in place. They specify monetary compensation for injuries rather than physical retaliation, a relatively advanced legal concept. They assume the existence of courts, judges, witnesses, oaths, written contracts. All of this requires institutional infrastructure. Courts do not emerge spontaneously. They require physical buildings, authorized personnel, procedural rules, enforcement mechanisms. Judges require training in legal precedent, standards for evidence, cultural consensus on what constitutes justice. Contracts require writing, standardized terminology, archival storage, dispute resolution processes. The Code of Ur-Nammu assumes all of this already exists. It is not creating a legal system. It is codifying one that is already functional, and the language it uses is already standardized. Legal Sumerian has technical vocabulary for specific concepts: debt, pledge, theft, assault, testimony, oath. This vocabulary does not develop within the text of Ur-Nammu's code. It is already present, already precise, already understood by scribes and presumably by the population the code governs, which means legal concepts had been developing, or had been transmitted, for a long time before the code was written. How long? We cannot know for certain. But the flood provides a boundary. If legal institutions existed before the flood, if the Anunnaki or their human administrators had established courts and procedural justice, then the post-flood legal codes could be restorations, not inventions, but written versions of oral traditions or copies of older written codes that did not survive. Ur-Nammu's code, and Hammurabi's code after it, would then be preserving inherited legal concepts rather than creating new ones. The preambles to these codes support this interpretation. Ur-Nammu's code begins, "After An and Enlil had turned over the kingship of Ur to Nana, at that time did Ur-Nammu, son born of Ninsun, for his beloved mother who bore him, in accordance with the principles of equity and truth. Then did Ur-Nammu, the mighty warrior, king of Ur, king of Sumer and Akkad, by the might of Nana, lord of the city, and in accordance with the true word of Utu, establish equity in the land." This is not "I am inventing law." This is "I am establishing equity in accordance with existing principles." The principles predate Ur-Nammu. They come from the gods, from Nana, from Utu. Ur-Nammu is implementing them, making them explicit, codifying them in writing. But the concepts of equity and truth already exist. They are me, operational principles inherited from divine administration. Hammurabi's code, 600 years later, uses similar language. The gods call Hammurabi to promote the welfare of the people, to cause justice to prevail in the land, to destroy the wicked and evil, that the strong might not oppress the weak. Justice already exists as a concept. Hammurabi is enforcing it, not inventing it. And the laws he lists, all 282 of them, elaborate on Ur-Nammu's laws. They add detail, handle new situations, adjust penalties, but they do not fundamentally change the legal structure. Property, personal injury, family relations, commercial transactions, the same categories refined but not reconceived. This is incremental development within an inherited framework. The framework is stable across 6 centuries because it was not created by Ur-Nammu. He received it, codified it, transmitted it. Hammurabi received it from Ur-Nammu indirectly through intervening legal tradition, expanded it, transmitted it further. The framework persists because it was designed before either of them, established when kingship descended from heaven, maintained through the catastrophe, restored in the post-flood period. Medicine shows the same inheritance pattern. The earliest medical texts date to the early dynastic period, around 2500 BC. They are already technical. They use specialized anatomical vocabulary: head, eye, ear, tooth, throat, lung, heart, liver, stomach, intestines, bladder, each with a specific Sumerian term that persists across later texts. They describe symptoms with precision: fever, cough, swelling, discharge, pain. They prescribe treatments: plant-based medicines, mineral substances, animal products, surgical procedures. This level of medical knowledge requires empirical observation over extended periods. You must observe that certain symptoms cluster into recognizable disease patterns. You must test treatments and track outcomes. You must accumulate enough data to distinguish effective from ineffective remedies. This is not knowledge that emerges suddenly. This is knowledge that accumulates gradually through systematic practice. Yet the earliest medical texts show no primitive phase. They are not simple folk remedies gradually sophisticating. They are professional medical practice already in progress, already using standardized diagnostic categories and treatment protocols. The texts read like reference manuals for trained practitioners, not like exploratory notes from physicians discovering medicine, which suggests that medicine was already an established profession when writing appeared, that physicians were already trained in oral tradition, perhaps for centuries, before the knowledge was written down, or that written medical texts existed before the surviving ones, texts that did not survive the flood or simply have not been excavated. Either way, the earliest written evidence shows medicine as inherited practice, not emerging innovation. The astronomical knowledge is the most striking case. The Mul Apen tablets, compiled around 1000 BC but claiming to record older observations, list 33 constellations along the ecliptic. They describe the heliacal rising of specific stars, the date when each star first becomes visible on the eastern horizon just before sunrise. They calculate the length of day and night at different times of year. They track the movements of 5 planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. This knowledge requires centuries of observation. A single lifetime is insufficient to track complete planetary cycles. Saturn orbits the Sun in 29 years. To understand its full pattern, to predict where it will appear in the sky at any future date, requires observations spanning multiple human lifespans. Unless those observations were preserved institutionally, accumulated across generations, refined through continuous data collection. The Mesopotamian solution was the temple observatory. Astronomical observation was priestly duty. Scribes recorded nightly observations on tablets. Those tablets were stored in temple archives. Later, scribes consulted earlier tablets, added new observations, refined calculations. The knowledge accumulated through institutional memory, preserved in writing, transmitted through scribal education. But the system assumes that astronomical observation was already important, already prioritized, already institutionalized before the oldest surviving observation records. Why were priests observing the sky? Because celestial movements were believed to communicate divine will. When did this belief emerge? The texts say it was always there, from when the gods established the from when the Anunnaki governed and the sky was the realm from which they descended. If the Anunnaki were associated with heaven, with the sky, then observing the sky was observing the realm of the administrators. Tracking planetary movements was tracking divine activity. This makes astronomical observation not idle curiosity, but administrative necessity. You observe your superiors to understand their intentions, anticipate their decisions, align your actions with their policies. And if the superiors operate from the sky, you observe the sky. After the Anunnaki withdrew, the observation continued. The institutional apparatus persisted, even as its original purpose faded. What began as monitoring administrative activity became divination, predicting earthly events from celestial signs. But the techniques remained the same. The base 60 calculations, the standardized observation protocols, the archival preservation, all inherited from the period when sky watching was governance intelligence, not religious astrology. The weights and measures system completes the picture. Mesopotamian standardization appears fully formed in the earliest texts, the shekel as weight unit, the mina as 60 shekels, the talent as 60 minas, the base 60 structure, the cubit as length unit, the rod as 12 cubits. These are not arbitrary. They are interrelated through geometric and volumetric calculations. A cube with edges of 1 cubit holds a specific volume of water, which weighs a specific number of shekels. The system is integrated, designed for mutual coherence across different measurement domains. This integration requires central authority. Someone had to establish the standards, distribute reference weights, enforce compliance. In historical periods, this was royal prerogative. Kings issued standard weights, verified by royal inscription, used in temple and palace transactions. But the standards themselves predated the historical kings who enforced them. The earliest administrative tablets already use the shekel mina talent system, already assume the cubit rod measurements, already calculate using base 60, which means the standardization occurred before writing, before the earliest states we can document, before the cities we can excavate. Or it occurred before the flood, established by the Anunnaki administration, preserved through the catastrophe, re-implemented in the post-flood rebuilding. Either way, it was not invented during the periods we have records for. It was inherited from earlier, from elsewhere, from the source the texts identify as heaven. All of this, irrigation, law, medicine, astronomy, metrology appears as a coherent system, not random, unrelated developments, but integrated infrastructure. The same mathematical system underlies canal gradients and planetary calculations. The same legal concepts structure property rights and temple administration. The same standardized measures govern grain distribution and building dimensions. Everything connects through shared principles, shared procedures, shared conceptual frameworks. This coherence suggests central design. Not that a single individual designed everything, but that the systems emerged from or were established by a unified administrative structure. The kind of structure the texts describe. The Anunnaki governance, the divine assembly, the me as operational principles applied consistently across all domains of civilized life. Whether this structure was literally divine or simply attributed to divine origin after the fact, the structure existed. It was real. It functioned. And it was inherited by post-flood Mesopotamians who maintained it, refined it, transmitted it across 3 millennia. They could not have created it from zero after catastrophe. The sophistication was too high, the integration too complete. They must have received it mostly intact, already functional, already tested, already optimized for Mesopotamian environmental and social conditions. The inheritance was not perfect. Knowledge was lost. Understanding degraded. Systems became more rote, more procedural, less theoretical over time. But enough was preserved to function. Enough to maintain civilization. Enough to transmit to the next generation. And the mechanisms of transmission, the scribal schools, the temple archives, the professional lineages, ensured that even imperfect inheritance was stable inheritance. But stable inheritance has a cost. It creates path dependency. Once you inherit a system, you become invested in maintaining it. Changing it risks breaking it. So you conserve. You preserve. You resist innovation that might disrupt what works. The Mesopotamian conservatism was not ideological stubbornness. It was practical caution. When you operate inherited systems you do not fully understand, innovation is dangerous. This explains why Mesopotamian civilization did not transform fundamentally across 3,000 years. The core infrastructure, irrigation, base 60 mathematics, cuneiform writing, temple organization, legal concepts remained remarkably stable. Elaborated, yes. Refined, yes. But not transformed, not reconceived, not replaced with something fundamentally different. Compare this with other civilizations. Greece innovated constantly. New political forms, new philosophical systems, new mathematical proofs, new architectural styles. Rome adapted everything it touched, improving engineering, expanding legal frameworks, integrating diverse cultures. But Mesopotamia maintained. It was the museum curator of the ancient world, preserving what it had received, transmitting what it had preserved. And what it preserved was infrastructure. Not just physical infrastructure like canals and temples, but conceptual infrastructure. The frameworks for organizing reality. Legal categories, mathematical systems, astronomical models, administrative procedures, the me, the operational principles that made civilization function. These frameworks were the deepest inheritance, deeper than specific knowledge, deeper than particular techniques. They were ways of thinking, ways of organizing, ways of solving problems, and they persisted even as the specific content changed. Even as Sumerian gave way to Akkadian, as city-states gave way to empires, As gods withdrew and kings became more autonomous, the frameworks remained. We inherit them still. Base 60 for time and angles. Legal concepts of contract and property. Administrative bureaucracy, urban planning, written record-keeping. These are Mesopotamian inheritances, transmitted through successive civilizations, reaching the modern world. We operate systems whose origins we barely recognize, whose designers we have forgotten, whose principles we apply without fully understanding. This is the final meaning of inheritance. It is not just what one generation gives to the next. It is what ancient designers gave to all subsequent users. The infrastructure that persists across civilizational change. The frameworks that structure human organization long after their creators vanish. The Mesopotamians understood this. They knew they were inheritors. They knew the infrastructure they maintained was not their creation. They knew it came from before, from the time when kingship descended, from the age when the Anunnaki governed and humans learned. They preserved this memory deliberately, in the king list, in the restoration inscriptions, in the me concept, in the teaching tradition, and in preserving the memory. They transmitted not just knowledge but awareness of inheritance itself, the recognition that civilization is not invented by each generation, but received from predecessors. That knowledge can be lost and must be protected. That catastrophe can sever continuity, and preservation is civilization's highest duty. This awareness is their final gift. The infrastructure, irrigation, law, mathematics, astronomy, these we have transformed, adapted, replaced. But the awareness that we are inheritors, that we operate systems larger than ourselves, that knowledge must be transmitted or it fades, this awareness persists. This is the inheritance that crosses all catastrophes, the knowledge that there is inheritance. In the Atrahasis epic, after humans are created to relieve the Anunnaki of physical labor, the text includes a detail easy to overlook. The newly created humans are described as primitive workers, formed from clay mixed with the blood of a slain god. They are not crafted as equals. They are designed for a purpose, to bear the yoke, to dig the canals, to maintain the infrastructure the Anunnaki established, but no longer wish to maintain themselves. This is blunt. Humans exist to serve, not in the abstract theological sense of worshiping the divine, but in the concrete practical sense of performing labor. The text does not romanticize this. It states it as administrative fact. The Anunnaki needed workers. They created workers. The workers fulfilled their function. Problem solved. But then the workers multiplied. They became numerous. They became noisy. And Enlil, disturbed by the noise, decided to reduce their numbers through plague, drought, famine, and ultimately flood. Each time Enki intervened, preserving a remnant. Finally, after the flood, a compromise. Humans would continue to exist, would continue to perform the labor, but their lifespans would be limited, their populations controlled through natural mortality. The narrative treats humans as a workforce management problem. Too few, and the work does not get done. Too many, and they become disruptive. The solution is population control, combined with knowledge transfer. Teach them enough to maintain the systems. Limit them enough to prevent threat. Then withdraw to supervisory distance and let the system self-regulate. This is a dark vision of human purpose. We exist because administrators needed labor. We were taught civilization not for our benefit, but for theirs. The inheritance was not gift, but training. And the catastrophe that forced succession was not divine judgment, but workforce reduction. Modern sensibilities recoil from this. It is more comfortable to read the Atrahasis epic as mythology, as ancient speculation about human origins, not as preserved memory of actual subjugation. But the text does not read like speculation. It reads like policy documentation. The tone is administrative. The decisions are pragmatic. The outcome is procedural adjustment. If we take the text seriously, if we read it as the Mesopotamians read it, as inherited record from the age before the flood, then humans inherited civilization not because we were ready for it, but because the previous administrators were leaving. The inheritance was thrust upon us by necessity, not earned through worthiness. The Epic of Gilgamesh explores this tension. Gilgamesh, the greatest king of Uruk, is described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. He is exceptional, powerful, almost godlike, but he is mortal, and mortality torments him. When his friend Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh confronts his own inevitable death and cannot accept it. He embarks on a quest for immortality. He finds Utnapishtim, the flood survivor, the one human granted eternal life by the gods. Gilgamesh asks how he can achieve the same. Utnapishtim's answer is crushing. You cannot. Immortality was granted to me as exception, not as precedent. The gods made a decision once in the chaos after the flood. They will not make it again. You are human. Humans die. That is your category. That is your limit. Gilgamesh tries anyway. Utnapishtim tells him of a plant that restores youth. Gilgamesh retrieves it from the ocean floor. But on his journey home, a serpent steals the plant while Gilgamesh bathes in a pool. The serpent eats the plant and sheds its skin, gaining the renewal Gilgamesh sought. Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed, mortal, defeated. The epic ends not with despair but with acceptance. Gilgamesh looks at the walls of Uruk, the city he built, the civilization he maintained. This is what endures. Not individual humans, but the works humans create, the systems they maintain, the inheritance they pass forward. Gilgamesh will die, but Uruk will continue. The walls will stand. The knowledge will be transmitted. Immortality is not personal. It is civilizational. This is the reconciliation the Mesopotamians reached with their subordinate status. They were not divine. They were not going to become divine. They were inheritors, maintainers, temporary stewards of systems that predated them and would outlast them. Their purpose was not self-realization but system preservation, and that purpose was sufficient. It had to be. But the Adapa myth complicates this acceptance. Adapa, described as a wise man, and sometimes listed as the first of the 7 Apkallu, is summoned to heaven after accidentally breaking the wing of the south wind while fishing. Anu, the sky god, is impressed by Adapa's wisdom and offers him the bread and water of life, immortality. But Enki, Adapa's patron, had warned him, "Do not eat or drink anything in heaven. It will be poisoned." So Adapa refuses. The bread and water were not poisoned. They were genuine offers of immortality. Enki had lied, or perhaps not lied, but strategically misdirected, because if Adapa had accepted, if he had eaten and drunk, humanity might have gained the chance at immortality, but he did not, and the opportunity was lost. Anu, offended by the refusal, sends Adapa back to Earth. Humans remain mortal. Why would Enki prevent human immortality? The text offers no explanation. but the structure suggests a boundary enforcement. Humans were created to serve. Granting them immortality would elevate them beyond their designated role. It would blur the distinction between administrators and workforce. Enki, god of wisdom, understands that maintaining the distinction maintains the order. So he ensures Adapa refuses the offer, ensuring humans remain in their category, mortal, limited, subordinate. This is not mercy. This is administrative boundary maintenance, and it reveals something uncomfortable about the divine-human relationship as Mesopotamian texts describe it. The gods, the Anunnaki, the administrators, do not want humans to transcend their role. They want humans functional but limited, capable but controlled, knowledgeable but not too knowledgeable. The Tower of Babel story, or its Sumerian precursor Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta, reinforces this. The text describes a time when all the lands had one language. Then, for reasons not fully explained, the god Enki confuses human language, creating linguistic diversity. The later Hebrew version provides motivation. Humans were building a tower to reach heaven, and God intervened to prevent them from becoming too unified, too powerful, too capable of achieving what they intended. The intervention is preventive. Human unity is dangerous. Not because humans will attack the divine realm, but because unified humans might transcend their assigned role. Language confusion fragments humanity, ensures they cannot coordinate at scale, limits their collective capability. This is not punishment for sin. This is containment strategy. Across these narratives, Atrahasis, Gilgamesh, Adapa, Babel, a pattern emerges. Humans were given civilization, but not full access. They were taught maintenance, but not design principles. They were granted operational knowledge, but denied theoretical understanding. The inheritance was calibrated, sufficient to function, insufficient to transcend. This explains the Mesopotamian experience. They could maintain the irrigation systems, but struggled to design new ones. They could apply the mathematics, but did not advance it fundamentally. They could follow the astronomical procedures, but did not develop new observational methods. For 3,000 years, they refined, elaborated, maintained, but they did not transform. Was this by design? Did the Anunnaki deliberately limit the knowledge transfer, teaching enough to ensure continuity, but not enough to enable independence? The texts suggest yes. The creation of humans was pragmatic. The teaching through the Apkallu was functional. The withdrawal after the flood was strategic. Humans were given the yoke, the work, the responsibility, the inheritance, but not the full understanding that would allow them to redesign the system. And perhaps that was wise. Perhaps the system was optimized through generations of refinement before the flood. Perhaps human innovation would have broken what worked. Perhaps the Anunnaki understood that maintainers do not need to be designers, that preserving existing knowledge is more important than generating new knowledge when existing knowledge is already sufficient. But it also means humans were never fully ready for the inheritance. They received it by necessity, not by merit. The flood forced succession. The Anunnaki could no longer or would no longer maintain direct governance. So they transferred operational authority while retaining ultimate sovereignty, distant, mediated, eventually memorial. Humans became autonomous by default, not by design. This raises the contemporary question. 4,000 1,000 years after the Mesopotamian scribes recorded these patterns, are we still inheritors? Do we still operate systems we did not design and do not fully understand? Consider the infrastructure of modern civilization, the electrical grid. Few understand how it functions in detail. The Internet, built on protocols designed decades ago, maintained by specialists, used by billions who have no idea how TCP/IP works. The financial system, complex beyond any individual's comprehension, operating through algorithms and feedback loops that even experts cannot fully predict. The legal frameworks, built on precedents stretching back centuries, interpreted through procedures most citizens never examine. We maintain these systems. We depend on them. We teach the next generation how to operate them. But do we understand them in the way their original designers did? Or are we, like the Mesopotamian scribes, copying astronomical tablets, preserving procedures we apply but cannot rederive? The pattern repeats. We inherit infrastructure. We maintain it. We refine it incrementally. But fundamental transformation is rare, risky, often disruptive. Better to preserve what works than experiment with what might work better. Better to copy the code that functions than rewrite it from scratch. Better to follow established protocols than design new ones. And when systems fail, when the grid goes down, when the financial system crashes, when the legal framework produces unjust outcomes, we struggle to fix them. Because we do not fully understand them, we can troubleshoot, we can patch, we can restore from backup. But genuine redesign requires understanding we may not possess. This is the inheritance condition. Operating systems larger than individual comprehension. Depending on institutional knowledge that must be preserved or it vanishes. Maintaining continuity through teaching, even when understanding has degraded. The Mesopotamians faced this 4,000 years ago. We face it now. The scale has changed. The specific systems have changed. But the pattern persists. Inheritance is not just about the past. It is about how the past structures the present and the future. The base 60 system the Sumerians used still governs our clocks and our compasses. The legal concepts Hammurabi codified still structure property rights and contracts. The administrative bureaucracy the Anunnaki supposedly established still organizes governments and corporations. The those operational procedures, those sacred protocols, still function in domains we no longer recognize as sacred. We are inheritors, all of us, of languages we did not invent built on grammars no linguist can fully explain, of mathematical systems we learned by rote, applying formulas whose proofs we never examined, of political structures we participate in, following procedures established by predecessors whose motivations we can only infer, of technological systems we use daily without understanding their internal logic. The question is not whether we inherit. We do. The question is whether we are conscious of inheritance, whether we recognize that civilization is received, not invented, that knowledge must be preserved or it fades, that catastrophe can sever continuity, and preventing that severance requires deliberate institutional effort. The Mesopotamians were conscious of this. They built their entire civilization around preservation. Scribal schools to transmit knowledge, temple archives to store tablets, restoration inscriptions to record proper forms, the me concept to identify essential procedures, the Apkallu tradition to remember the original teachers, the king list to preserve memory of succession from divine to human administration. They knew they were inheritors. They said so explicitly. They recorded it bureaucratically. And in recording it, they transmitted not just specific knowledge, but the awareness that knowledge must be transmitted. That each generation's responsibility is not innovation, but preservation. Not invention, but maintenance. Not creation, but restoration of what was before. This is their final inheritance to us. Not the irrigation mathematics or the astronomical tables. Those we have transformed beyond recognition, but the awareness of inheritance itself. The understanding that we stand in a chain of transmission stretching back, beyond memory, beyond records, beyond the catastrophes that severed direct continuity, that we receive more than we contribute, that our task is not to prove ourselves worthy, but to preserve what we received so the next generation can continue. The wedges pressed into wet clay 4 millennia ago still carry this weight. Not the weight of answers, but the weight of questions that refuse to settle into silence. Not the certainty of divine governance, but the uncertainty of human autonomy. Not the comfort of understanding, but the discomfort of knowing that understanding is partial, inherited, fragile. After kingship descended from heaven, it was in Eridu. Then the flood swept over. Then kingship was lowered from heaven again, to Kish, then to Uruk, then to Ur. The succession continued. The inheritance passed forward. The systems were maintained. Knowledge was preserved. Civilization continued. Not because humans were ready, but because the work had to be done. The canals had to be dug. The fields had to be irrigated. The tablets had to be copied. The next generation had to be taught. Ready or not, the inheritance was given. The yoke was placed. The responsibility was transferred, and we carry it still. In every system we maintain without fully understanding. In every procedure we follow without questioning its origin. In every piece of infrastructure we depend on but cannot reconstruct. We are the post-flood humans, operating the inheritance, preserving what we can, hoping it is enough. The silence completes. Some questions live best unresolved. The Mesopotamians left us their tablets, their temples, their canals, their mathematics. They left us their memory of receiving these things from predecessors they called gods. Whether those gods were literal or metaphorical, whether the Anunnaki were visitors from heaven or simply rulers from an earlier age, whether the inheritance was designed limitation or pragmatic transfer, these questions remain open. But the inheritance itself is undeniable. We operate inherited systems. We transmit inherited knowledge. We stand in inherited relationships to infrastructure we did not create. The Mesopotamians knew this about themselves. Perhaps it is time we acknowledge it about ourselves. The clay tablets are silent now, but the questions they asked still echo. What does it mean to inherit civilization? What does it cost to preserve what you do not fully understand? What is lost in transmission across catastrophe? What persists despite loss? The Mesopotamians answered by building, by copying, by teaching, by maintaining for 3,000 years. Their answer was not words, but work, not theory, but practice, not explanation, but preservation. And perhaps that is answer enough. That inheritance is not about deserving, but about continuing, not about understanding, but about transmitting, not about worthiness, but about responsibility. The wedges pressed into clay 4 millennia ago still carry that weight, not the weight of answers, the weight of questions that refuse to settle into silence,